Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim, and this is Recolors of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 29, Revelations Part 1, The Trails We Choose. As is usual with this particular campaign, we have two others that are also streaming and doing their own intros, so it'll be a moment before we get to introductions of the storyteller and players. But I'm going to go ahead and undeafen on Discord, and we'll get started shortly. I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you kindly. Just waiting for all your portraits to load that were loaded, but apparently have decided to not load now.
Doing the thing again.
I don't know. Let me see if I can fix it. Why is it not working? Literally, I checked just before stream, and it was working. So it's like,
Wait, I know the problem.
what?
You dragged us down here instead of us showing up.
No, some people moved in on their own, and all of them were working just before stream. I was sitting here looking at them.
I moved here on my own.
That's weird then. I don't know.
Well, stream issues.
I don't understand why. You know, I spent money on these damn... Why? They were working just fine 2 minutes ago.
Customary scuff. Customary scuff.
See if I can make it work. Here, I'm going to do this really quickly. Maybe it's this. I'm going to just... I wonder if it's Discord.
I'm gonna blame Discord.
It's probably Discord.
Yeah, sounds plausible.
Alright, now I gotta start pulling all the different chats in my pop-up window.
It's having trouble connecting again. Okay, thank you so much for this valuable tool that I am using constantly for my streams that are just not working. I love it.
Thank you to whomever donated $4.38.
It was Mala. Mala's comment is key is confirmed, Moth.
I can be if I so choose now. Also prettier than Mala.
You can also be a kitty.
Shh. That is for a later time.
Pretty kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here we go.
But yeah, there's a tip goal on both my channel as well as Era's tonight that will influence how things go in the game tonight.
Meanwhile,
mine
I'm
is
just
halfway
accepting
through.
money.
Yes, also go support Taya, definitely.
You will receive nothing for it but my heartfelt thanks. But
You see, chat, the relationships on these two channels are transactional, whereas the one on Oneko Taigo's channel is unrequited.
no, it's very requited. I'm friend.
Oh, sorry, but my mistake. Wrong words. It is requited, but non-transactional.
Thank you, Vari. For the 6.9.
Nice.
Why are portraits not coming back? I don't understand. They were working 2 seconds ago. Angry dragon noises.
Should we go ahead and get started with introductions and then
Yeah,
the
I'll
recap
continue
at
to-
least?
Yeah, I'll faff around in the background. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am currently your very upsetty spaghetti GM, the Drunk Dragon Era.
Gleaming endowment.
Well, thank you for the tip, Mr. Dragon.
114 tipped $25.
That is the tip goal
Ooh.
completed.
Well, that's going to make life for me a little bit easier tonight. One way or the other, I am the cause for all the chaos in this world, so I'm going to pass it on to Key.
Yes, hello everyone. I am Key, also known as Carcerus, among a couple other things, and I am playing Last the Paladin, a smoke lion. And now I believe it needs to be turned over to Viv.
Hello, I'm Viv. I'm playing Shoal Brinecoat, a ranger cleric cat shark aberration. I have no thumbs, and I'm gonna make it everybody's problem. Varien, you're next.
I'm Varien, and I'm playing Fret Signature, the mute musician bard. I just want to watch some cartoons on the World Mirror. Paint, your go.
Ruff! I am Razim, and I am playing as Paint, the African wild dog. He is a sentient pharaoh, does not talk, but he does communicate through wonderful, very easy to understand mental images. And feelings. And sometimes question marks. But he is a kineticist entropist. Off to you, Dr. Volt.
I'm Onekotago. I'm playing Dr. Volt. He is the German wild scientist and communicates through Dr. Wiley voice.
And with all that complete, I do believe we need to transition over to the recap scene. Uh-oh. Thank you, Key, for the tip. I appreciate it. And I do believe that is my tip goal completed. I think? Nope, halfway there.
Oh, okay.
All right then. As I bounce between tabs.
Oh no, Darren's missing.
It all just decided not to work. It was working like literally just before stream, so I can't.
I will bet that Discord had some sort of sneaky update that broke things.
Possibly. Apparently, I have a green arrow just now.
That will be why.
Go ahead and do intro. I might do the update right after.
Okay. Last time was session 28, The City's Inescapable Truths. With the team meeting concluded, Fred goes off to the world mirror to observe his relatives through its surface. Shoal follows his partner to also observe the world mirror. Volt resumes working on removing implants from a corpse. Last, with Paint in tow, goes to find Dextrol and inform him of his officialized rank up. Dex is pleased by this and asks when it'll take effect. There's a pause before Last informs the cough that it requires Arabane's assistance. Dextrol does a poor impression of puppy dog eyes, dragging out of Last that he could potentially find Arabane when others might not. This incites Paint to start sniffing, then excitedly bounds off into the city. With a sigh, Last follows after Paint at a somewhat more leisurely pace. Unsurprisingly, the wild dog bounds all the way up to the bridge to nothing. For an anxiety-inducing second, it almost seems like Paint is going to jump off the end of the bridge. But no, he just runs over the edge along to the underside where Arabane awaits. After Last gets over a mini panic attack, he follows after Paint. The pair of recallers find Arabane leaning against a pile of logs with a campfire going. The 5 soul shells Last had left with him sitting glistening nearby. Paint runs up to Arabane, sending along an image of Dextrol with the trees he brought from the evil world attached to his back like wings. Arabane responds with a very succinct, "What?" Approaching calmly, Last takes note of the soul shells and takes a seat beside Arabane when prompted to, as it seems there is much to talk about in regards to recent events. Arabane isn't sure what to do with the shells as yet, so he's in consideration about it. They're no longer with his body, since he can't really trust the scientists with them. However, the Unforgotten has been busied of late as he needed to close a gate. This draws the attention and confusion of the two recallers until Era explains. Someone was messing with a file keeper in the recallers, which allowed them to find ways to acquire and sneak God's blood into the city. That has been dealt with, and then there is the next bit of news. Apparently, the Proteans had created a tower just outside the boundaries of Twilight's domain. Threads of fate had been wound around this structure, and the Proteans had been using it to project the images of locations that souls desired to draw them into the interstice. Last questions the value of that when all that awaits lost souls in the between is Unravelers. Arabane shrugs, but continues on that the tower has since been destroyed. Although this brings up the subject of the vision Last had of his people's nirvana. While Last assumes it to be fake, Era refutes that claim, stating that Last could always use the world mirror to follow the thread of fate tying him to that location, with the help of others. As I click and fail several times. Last hesitates, even as Paint actively attempts to tuck him away from the campfire. He doesn't want to impose on his allies, but Arabane believes it is something worth investigating. Paint in particular is rather excited and insistent about the idea of seeing Last reunited with those he has been cut off from. Blah blah blah, word salad. Projecting images of shadowy smoke wild dogs, and even showing his own pack with feelings of longing tied in. Last understands, but is still reluctant, perhaps fearing the hurt that could come with this course of action. Eventually, he relents under the vague pretense that he might look into it eventually when more pressing matters are dealt with. Arabane chiming in, like going out and figuring out who Alan Exley is cavorting with outside of Twilight, or figuring out who's letting the Proteans wreak havoc in Twilight. To that end, Arabane offers Last and his team passes to be allowed to leave Twilight as they please, within reason. Last accepts the offer at length, knowing that even if he won't use it as often, the passes will be useful. An interesting note is that Alan is an extra caller who also has a transit pass. Arabane seems rather nonplussed about Alan's efforts and activities, just groaning when he hears about the map that got brought into Twilight. Paint sending along a mental image of said map for emphasis. Eventually, a cough arrives, leaving writs for Last to collect and distribute amongst his teammates. Arabane does, however, ask that Last not make him go chasing after the paladin. Smirking, Last asks when has Arabane ever had to chase him. This results in Arabane leveling a look at his champion, the Smoke Lion chuckling as he starts to make ready to leave with Paint. The conversation turns towards the soul echoes again, and whether or not it's smart to bring mortal children into Twilight, possibly trapping them here. Paint then pulls out his soul echo, placing it on Arabane's lap. While he's still mad at Arabane, he does send along image after image of all the wondrous things he's seen and done in Twilight alone since coming here, trying to express that living a life in Twilight wouldn't be nearly so empty as Arabane thinks.
Pause,
Cracking a
please.
smile.
Okay, carry on. Audio glitched.
Ah. Okay.
Oh, Zim, thank you for the biddy.
Cracking a smile, Arabane applies pets to the good boy and motions for the two recallers to go about their business now. Last making a parting comment about how the soul echoes, and whatever comes of them, are still his responsibility. It was his naivety, his selfishness that left him in this situation. Only right he'd take responsibility. Arabane shoos Last off, telling him to let him take care of it. So Last and Paint begin walking back to the upper side of the bridge. the pair having successfully informed Erebane that Dextrol needs an upgrade and acquiring passes. Dr. Volt is having quite the time extracting the metal augmentations from Arsen's corpse. It's particularly difficult to get all those bones out of the way. Volt creatively utilizing a bone saw, hacksaw, and even a pair of dinner tongs to increasingly pull apart the body and its many mechanical pieces. Gosh, it probably looks like
Dr.
Battles-
Volt proving that he is in fact a human being, by the way, when he picked up those dinner tongs, took a moment to embrace crab.
There is a human in there somewhere.
I actually missed that part.
No, I don't even remember the dinner tongs, but Dr. Volt definitely would have embraced crab.
No, you definitely embrace crab. You made a point to embrace crab.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I missed it because I had to step away to get dinner stuff
Yeah, it's
ready. I'm so
Embrace
sad.
crab.
Arsen did demand his augments back, and by God, Volt is intent on making it happen. Gosh, that corpse must be starting to look like chunky lasagna, though.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Well, I was hungry.
Leave it to me to take away your hunger.
I'm okay with this.
Pardon me. Out in the plaza, Fret watches one of his relatives going through a familiar weeby city on his homeworld. He even spots a fishman, a species he recognizes from his time on his world. Once he tires of watching relatives, Fret starts asking Shoal about his homeworld. Shoal hums and racks his brain for good ways to word what he remembers of his home. They made their homes in coral beneath the waves of an ocean world. More prominently, Shoal's people worshipped, or at least paid respects to, an immensely ancient brine dragon that acted as a territorial and unpredictable god. Fret's curiosity is piqued, and he asks if Shoal has ever stood before his god. Shoal laughs and says that if that happened, he'd either lose his cleric powers or die again, since his deity is so unpredictable. However, the Cat Shark uses the world mirror to show off less powerful brine dragons he knows exist in his own world to give Fret a good idea of what they look like. Rather than being dragged to the world mirror, Last is instead dragged along by Paint to a blanket shop. Once he finds this shop, Paint rushes up to the shopkeeper, sending an image of a blanket that's big enough to cover the shop. Confused, the shopkeeper asks if Paint is looking for a blanket for a dragon. Hearing this, Last realizes what's going on and says that his friend is looking to give a gift to Erebane. The shopkeep asks for what size of Erebane. Grateful when Last tries to get Paint to find a more reasonable sized dragon-covering blanket, since Paint initially wanted a very, very big blanket. Going over to the large creature shelf, Paint drags out a black blanket and stretches it on the floor. Unfortunately, the size is not enough for the wild dog, who projects an image of a 100 by 100 black blanket. It takes a minute for the shopkeeper to calculate how much it would be, coming up with a 38 seal figure. While this is a lot for most, Last pays the man without a second thought. Paint attempts to pay 100 more seals, but Last slides those coins back into Paint's bag when the wild dog tries to assert that with more scales, the crafter could make the blanket sooner. This is not how that works. That is, sadly, not how things work even in Twilight. Since the blanket would take a month to make, which Last is otherwise fine with. Paint, getting an idea, goes to wait outside the shop, doing his best statue impression. Rolling his eyes, Last picks up the dramatic wild dog and puts him under his arm. At first, the smoke lion heads toward the world mirror. However, once he reaches the plaza, he realizes he just does not have the energy to deal with a mirror today. Not even noticing Fret and Shoal in the plaza as he takes a turn down another street to start heading home. Noticing the world mirror so close, Paint attempts to wriggle free from Last's arms to no avail, sending cold blasts all over the place. Calm as ever, Last chides Paint for misbehaving, threatening to burrito the puppy and leave him on a chair. Eventually, Paint groans, groaning and going limp as he is carried home for the evening. At around midnight, Last is sleeping soundly in bed, and Paint creeps up upon the smoke lion with his wind-elemented Rex in tow. Somewhat mischievous, the wild dog conjures up an orb of wind around the sleeping vapor cat. This startles, awakens, and pains the rather unsuited paladin, who flails as he tumbles about within the whirling winds. Paint tries to put his paws on the wind orb, only to tumble inside, getting caught by the dark vapors of his charge, who demands to know if he's trying to kill him. Paint shakes his head, attempting to get the ball of air to roll out of the apartment with the help of his familiar. Chaos ensues as they tumble about, making a mess of the apartment, while Last desperately draws in suit pieces and a spare mask so he stops getting pulled apart by the winds. Eventually, Paint manages to dispel the air orb, causing him and Last to fall flat on the floor. Groaning in pain and disorientation, Last pulls himself up and goes to sit on the sofa, which miraculously remained in place. Being incredibly patient, he tells Paint to sit beside him. Whining, the wild dog belly crawls along the floor and clambers up onto the sofa. He listens intently as Last does his best to explain that his species is deeply vulnerable to environmental damage. Winds can rip them apart, water dissipates them, magnetic flux messes with their physiology. He understands Paint did not mean ill, but requests that Paint do not do such a thing while Last is without proper coverage again. Pondering long and hard on the matter as Paint lowers his head in his ears, dejected by his latest failure, Last decides that Paint will not be getting fetched tomorrow, and will not be permitted in bed tonight. And that is that. The paladin gets up, bringing Paint a pillow and a blanket, then goes to bed by himself. However, Paint does not go to bed. Instead, he cleans up the apartment as best he can, making Rex help as much as possible, and then takes the pillow and blanket and leaves. In the dead of night, he goes to the front of the blanket shop and curls up, trying to pretend time doesn't exist. In the morning, Fred awakens early at Shoal's boathouse, heading out with Shoal to get to the bakery ahead of time for their meeting. Along the way, the pair find a certain pup under a blanket and pillow in front of a shop. They have a rubber ducky sub on them at the moment. The pair approach, Fred squeezing the duck sub, causing its propeller to start. Peeking out from the blanket, Paint sees Fred and Shoal, then curls up tight to hide under the blanket again. After a few attempts to get Paint to come out, the pillow and blanket are snagged away from the fake canine. Even as he tries to curl up ever tighter into a ball, Paint is picked up like a puppy in Shoal's jaws. Shoal uses his bond with Fred to ask what the heck happened to make Paint this way. Fred tries to scribble out a question for Paint, resulting in a rather frightening series of images. A monstrously huge lost dog looking very, very angry, and then an Erebane being covered by a blanket. This confuses the pair, and concerns them even more when the images progress to the angry lost dog being torn to pieces, Paint whining and tearing up as he tries to curl up in Shoal's jaws. Fred begins sprinting down the twilight streets toward Last's apartment, Shoal loping along after him. At the apartment, Last slowly awakens and begins going about his day. Eating coffee grounds, putting on portions of his suit, getting his mask. The apartment is cleaned up. It's not perfect, but the apartment has been cleaned up to a decent extent, and Paint isn't there. Hitting a massive anxiety spike, Last begins running around his apartment to get ready to go hunting after Paint. Just as he's putting on his helmet, he hears the sound of someone picking the lock on his door. Stalking over in a predatory manner, he freezes when Fred opens his apartment door with Shoal and Paint in tow. The sight of Paint causes all the panic to dissipate, and the Vapor Cat to slump. Fred asks if Last is okay, and he groans in reply, stating that it's a long story.
So, I would like to note that opening the door is an understatement. It was probably more like a SWAT team breaching a room.
FBI open up.
Yeah, they
Wow,
kind
I
of
didn't know
thought
you
that
became a Fed.
they kind of thought that Last was dead and torn apart.
Yep.
Yeah. It could have happened if things went worse. Trudging
What a
over
way for you to have to make a new character.
Well, at least he would have decorated his apartment.
Ow.
Ouch.
Whoa, wee.
I'll drink to that.
Trudging over to slump onto the sofa, Last explains what happened the night before and the vulnerabilities of his species in regards to environmental dangers. Well timed. Not to mention the punishments he had laid upon Paint. Addressing Paint, Last tries to impress upon the pooch that while he is upset, he will be there for Paint. Paint just shakes their head, teary-eyed, as the weight of his perceived failures presses upon him. Unfortunately, much as he would like to provide further comforts, Last is aware there is a meeting with Betty to get to. When asked if he'll join in the meeting, Paint nods, head still hung low. Last goes over, gently wiping the wetness from the canine's eyes. Even though Last calls Paint a good boy, this only seems to make the odd all the sadder. Notes here. We still need to be paid by Tooth for our D-rank mission. We need to go on our next D-rank mission eventually. We have the meeting with Betty. And also, yay, new thing, investigate World Mirror to find Last people, maybe.
Yep. All right. So really quickly, I'm going to hit the green arrow. So here we go. Updating Discord.
While he's updating, I should remind you all that Era dropped for us that the bonus level did not count against our level costs, so we need to only pay the cost to get up to level 4. I think.
Yeah.
Do I have that right? Yes.
But one may say that this will just magically fix the everything. Here, we'll flash it just to make sure on stream.
No.
Nope, still didn't fix it. Oh, well.
Sad.
There's nothing I can do. It's only annoying me because I literally checked before we started stream today, and I had us up for the entire time, and now it's just not working. I'm just like, nope, I've decided to not work, and stream
How
kit's
much does
just
that
not.
next level cost?
4,000.
Okay.
But you guys got some things to deal with first, so I am assuming that you guys are going to go ahead and head to the bakery together. Or at least Dr. Volt will manage his way there after the other party, because I believe he's on his own right now.
Correct.
He has been informed, though.
Yes, so he would probably be on his way there. I'm sure it was very difficult for Dr. Volt to pull himself away from the body now that he's gotten all the bits and bobs out. And he can further inspect the spectacle in front of him. I hope Dr. Volt enjoyed his time.
Yes.
But
admittedly, it's been less than ideal for contributing to the sessions, but, you know, it is what Dr. Volt would do.
Well, there is one minor thing I want you to do. I do actually want you to roll a perception check as you're cleaning up.
Okay.
Hopefully this will be like last time and the all the things just appear at one point in time or another.
It's weird how often that actually happens. That is not a very good roll.
The quotes are being sentient again. Quote for Dr. Volt's
Quote for
autopsy.
Volt.
I see how it is.
That's
I made my players avatars of gods, so you kill off your party.
Only a 15.
Okay. Never mind then. We don't need to worry about that yet. You might discover it later.
That's a phrase that only generates more worry for later.
I mean, with all the security issues, you're clearly going to lock up this autopsy room.
I mean, I would assume that the entire place is heavily securitized lately.
Yes,
Oh
but
yes, it has been, but you know, one additional lock isn't going to
Yeah.
break a bank, I would assume.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just stating that I figured more security, good. Just, this place has to be to fucking Fort Knox at this point.
Your boss very much wishes. So you leave your office and you lock the door behind you, just as completely normal. And next week I'll have a donation or a tip call for you, by the way, Dr.
Good.
Bolt. Now.
Oh, joy. Oh,
Yes.
happy days.
And you make your way
Is
to
it
the
gonna be
bakery
Phasey
where...
Baby?
No, it's not going to be Phasey Baby. Why'd you do that to me?
What?
And it
Just-
resulted in Narashi getting shot.
It did.
Yeah, thanks for that.
You make your way to the bakery, and you know, while you're walking, it's one of those situations where this is the most normal you've seen Twilight in a fairly long time. That's the fact everybody is armed up, which probably is not a bad thing. And you get to the bakery and everybody's there. Key, what are you making for your bakery today? Anything fancy?
Last is attempting to make the treat that Lieutenant wanted, which is basically a donut mascarpone sandwich in sort of the same vein as an ice cream cookie sandwich, except 2 donuts with mascarpone inside. Or, well, a donut cut in half with mascarpone inside.
Would you like to roll it? Or do you want me to hand wave it because it's unimportant?
I should probably roll it just in case I can make it an item. And also for funsies. First roll!
Ooh, decent.
I have a question. Does Twilight have a quote-unquote downtown?
World mirror.
Basically the World Mirror. There's several bars around the World Mirror.
For good reason.
I mean,
Also, that's
it's
a 17.
Twilight. Isn't there a bar on every corner?
Not quite. Surprisingly, Erebane did other thing other than drinking during his mortal life.
Oh, okay. So it's not. So bars aren't
Yeah, he
this.
worked as a babysitter.
No, they are not the Starbucks of this world.
No. They are not. What's your total, Key?
17.
Hey, 17's enough to make a decent quality product out of that. So Dr. Volt will walk in and it smells like donuts. This is the last opportunity for the party to converse or communicate before Betty shows up. So if anybody would like to discuss anything, now's the time.
Fret will wave at Dr. Volt.
Dr. Volt will nod back.
Paint is curling
Fred
up
will-
under a table.
Paint, you stopped at.
Fret will scribble out, so Dr. Volt, you should totally ask Lost about last night.
There's just a whimper from Paint.
Dr. Volt will... Oh, Dr. Volt. That sounds... ominous. What happened?
A murder most foul.
Was that in character?
Yes.
Okay. Let me add that to the notes.
More Paint whimpers.
Last is going to sigh.
Paint is sending along the mental image to Dr. Volt of big, monstrous last dog, and then it getting torn apart. And then he whimpers and curls up tighter.
Right. Okay. First, as he just sets down a platter that has a donut mascarpone sandwich for everyone, except himself. Clearly, that is way too much sugar. So, Paint wanted to drag me to the world mirror, in spite of my insistence that the task involving such could wait. Many pressing matters at hand. And apparently, he's wind today. And since I haven't exactly had many opportunities to talk about my people and their physiology, was acutely unaware of how bad an idea it is to wrap an untethered Sapnos in whirling winds.
Oh, that could have been delightfully disastrous.
I'm glad that you picked up on that. Then again, you're the only one among us who I would think would pick up on that without me saying anything. The long and short of it is that my people are uniquely vulnerable to environmental factors. Powerful winds, rushing waters, intense magnetic flux, these things have the potential to harm or kill us. Me, I should say. And Paint wrapped me in an orb of wind. And Rex continued to roll us around for a period of time. My apartment is no longer a mess. Paint has already been punished. And I am fine, as you can see.
Well, that is certainly better than the alternatives.
Why do I get the feeling in the back of Dr. Volt's head it's just going, dang it, I missed my opportunity to study one of him.
Not quite.
That Sapnos.
The
Dr.
German in him
Volt
just
would
wants to see the walls
would-
painted.
Dr. Volt would prefer that his party remain intact.
Everyone else, though, fair game.
To be fair, just saying this out of character, if Dr. Volt asked for samples from last, he might just get them without a fight.
Of course.
Mala says thinking about in the last Paint duo both getting hard countered by a vacuum cleaner.
Rude.
Damn.
Oh, thank you, Mala. Enemy ideas had.
Thanks, Moth.
I don't think that Paint would be scared of a vacuum cleaner.
A new enemy idea. A really hot lamp.
You mean a bug zapper?
Oh,
Be
so,
more German.
so a bug zapper version of that lamp picture that's been going around with the werewolf leg and the fishnet stocking.
Oh god.
Ooh.
The fuck?
I haven't seen that one.
I
That's-
have, and
I have.
werewolves and fishnet may be my current obsession. So we're going to move on with life, though, before I go more into Yumland.
Well, I'm gonna
I'm up-
require some sauce for this later.
Give me a minute.
I am
Later.
a punk that graduated in the early 2000s. Fishnets were a thing, and are still a thing. I like fishnets. Moving on.
Fishnets are always good.
Yes, they are. They always make chests look so great. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Wow.
So, the bell on the front door rings as a woman that you guys would all recognize as Betty comes in a shockingly fabulous dark red dress with an adjoining hat that is almost Think Roaring 20s, except not quite as beanie-like.
So Carmen San Diego.
Yeah, well, not quite that big.
Fred pantomimes a silent wolf whistle.
Understood. The meowing 20s.
All right, and quotes added.
All right, so moving on with life here. She is wearing heels, and as she comes in, she sees the thing, and she looks angry for half a second and then looks directly at Shoal and goes, "This is the outfit I think I'm wearing for not a bar fight. I think it'll hide the blood nicely. What do you think?"
Shoal nods.
Fred
Good.
gives a thumbs up.
Settled. I bought this today. She brushes herself off and makes her way to the chair. And it is one of those one-legged dresses, so when she sits down, of course, she's got the one leg out. And she goes, "Hello, gentlemen." And she looks directly up at Last Lost. I'm not sure if you have any, like, matcha or an oolong tea. And something sweet. I don't really care what.
I can do that. Do you have a preference?
Not particularly. I was used to red teas, but I'm not in a monastery anymore.
Oh, like rooibos.
That was... You know, rooibos is a very special type of tea. I don't recommend it. People who drink it have no taste.
Ah, I see.
Or a monk.
Fred looks offended.
Well, allow me to get the matcha ready for you. I would suggest Purines.
I'm okay with that.
Last is going to go get a pot of matcha ready. He's also going to set down on the table in front of Betty a mug, and inside is like 8 to 10 Purines. For those who don't know what Purines are, they're basically baked sticks of like biscuit or cookie with chocolate lining the inside. You can technically use them as straws.
While Betty's waiting, she's going to pull off one of the high heels and goes, "These things really kill my feet, but they make me look good. They make me look taller. And look at this." She pushes a button, a switchblade pops out.
Fred looks startled.
Nice.
I really, really need a fight after the medication has worn off.
Yeah, but where did the switchblade pop out?
In the heel, of course.
Okay.
They're stilettos.
Joke.
You didn't see that one coming? That one was obvious.
Shoal, you have become friends with an even more frightening Bayonetta.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to. I got asked for more pun weapons. Here you go. And
I
yes,
approve.
anybody in the party can purchase stilettos.
I would just like to state, for the record, being completely fair here, I have seen in various forms of media
Thanks for the sub.
use with blades that come out of the front, the heel, and the back.
And the follow. I mean, underneath normal cases, the nose of the boot is usually the safest. The heel isn't exactly an ideal place, but this is a monk, so she's fine.
So, in regards to the potential of Dr. Volt purchasing these weapons,
Dr. Volt is
Yes.
not going to be wearing these.
I am posting things in shitposting channels related to this. Hold on. Okay, there's that one. Here's this. And media sharing in Zim's channel. And
That's
and memes.
that.
Dear.
Okay, I only see Vari posted one thing in shitposting.
He posted in multiple places.
Yeah, I
Oh
posted
God!
it in all of that.
No, why did you do this? No.
Did you post it in my Discord too? Because chat,
I did.
good. Chat, you get to see this. It's
How to ruin multiple communities in one swing.
if you
Honestly,
think
every
this,
time I've seen this, it's been great.
if you think this kind of curse shit ruins my community, don't know what my
No.
community is about.
Also, Toshime made sure to share the werewolf lamp in the
Yep.
Discords. So thank you, Toshime.
We could have gotten it for you for Christmas.
I don't need more lamps. I got plenty of lighting sources in my
Oh
house.
yeah, that one. I have seen that one. I
Yeah.
saw the original Twitter post. Person that made it.
But as after tea is served, Betty's going to go ahead and take a deep breath and be like, so forgive me if I get a little bit angry during this. They have taken me off the pain meds. I warned them that taking me off the pain meds would cause anger and that I should be allowed to fight, but I'm not supposed to fight, but I'm going to anyways. And I assume everybody and nobody's going to have a problem with that at the same time because everybody knows me now. She says with a slight grin that says, I am going to kill people. But nevertheless, I did take some time to reconnect with my past. I did some deep meditation. The meds very much helped with that, and I remember that night a lot clearer than I did before when you all visited me in the hospital. I do hope you guys enjoyed the gifts I presented.
They're very nice.
I know it was a silly thing, but
Sometimes it is small and silly things that are the most valuable.
so I did already pass this on to the guard, but I felt it was important to tell you all as well. It was back at my home, as you already know, and I was just setting up for tea and I was making some food for myself when a knock came at my door. When I answered it, there was, I don't know how many I told you in the hospital, but 5 men, trilbies, trench coats, who very quickly shoved their way into my house. Under normal circumstances, I'm not worried about people. Obviously, I can fight and handle myself. But there were a lot of things different about the encounter that the more I think about it, the more strange it gets. They didn't move in predictable ways, the way a person moves when you punch at them, not like somebody who's trained to properly dodge or anything, but almost as if there was no thoughts to their movements whatsoever. Like they just moved completely on impulse. More stranger yet, their faces were slightly obscured, but I did recognize at least one of them. Not the one I knocked the tooth out of, which is notable as well because when I knocked his tooth out, he didn't react. Like, when you take a fist to the face, even me, you feel it and you react, but he didn't. It was like they weren't there, but their eyes were open, but their mouths and noses and their general expression was that of somebody asleep.
Well, that certainly sounds like some form of mind control.
Then things went dark. And the sounds got stranger because it sounded like somebody stumbling around the room. There were 5 of them, but they weren't acting coordinated. They weren't acting in a way that you would expect people to fight together in any capacity. One of them grabbed me, then another, and they dragged me over to the corner. They didn't start setting up all that creepy shit. I apologize for my language. In and out of character. At first, they shoved a piece of paper in my face. And it had a symbol on it that vanished quickly. They stayed there for several moments after that, holding the paper in my face like they're expecting something to happen. I don't know when time got involved either. I know I heard a bang somewhere in the darkness. I remember being overcome with fear and the realization I might actually get hurt here. But then one of them knocked me out and I woke up to the scene you guys all came to. The oddest part was that one of the individuals on there I saw in the newspaper not too long ago, one of the kidnappees.
One of the kidnapped beings. No, that would make sense. After all, what use is there in just kidnapping someone if you don't have a use for them? It's possible that they're being hypnotized, brainwashed, something, and they're being utilized as agents. And that's why the uniforms.
It was weird. They just stood there like they didn't expect the symbol to not work on me or something. I don't know what they were trying to do. They just held that blank piece of paper. Well, there was also this other symbol with arrows and stuff, but I can't even describe the symbol.
Chaos.
Well, that one, yes. That was up in the upper left-hand corner. I remember that from my life. The other one, though, was some sort of ruin. It gave me the same feeling as the letter that I tried to give to you all once.
The letter.
Hey, Viv, do me a favor and roll a will save.
Oh boy.
I don't know if you want that roll. I think you have a reroll.
I do, because I was at the world.
Yes. Or you could beg chat for rerolls now, because hey, chat, over on Zim's side, if you go to Stream Loots, you can play those reroll cards.
Oh yeah, you did approve those.
Yes.
Yes. Mine.
Out of character, I don't remember what was in the letter.
Something that affected Vari specifically, which, by the way, I have a tip goal that you guys could totally abuse.
All right, well that's a 19. That's a 18. Better. Or
Hey,
sorry, wrong number. 15.
Okay. Are you sure you want to keep that?
I don't really have a choice in.
Ah. Okay. Thank you for the tip, Vari. I appreciate it. We are just over $10 because, you know, somebody has to hurt me. Mala. Away from the tip goal being completed on my end. She will sit back in her chair and be like, I know that you guys might have questions, so you guys are free to ask. As you wish.
So, I would actually kind of like Dr. Volt to do a knowledge check, because he's currently consulting his mental file over whether those were some kind of brainwashed, like, dominate person type effect, or they were made into some sort of
Sure.
How something could be made into an undead out here is a question, but there was a real map the other day, so who the fuck knows? Anyway, that's 25.
Doesn't sound like undead. It sounds like some form of sleep. So probably some form of mind control. Based on the description that Betty is giving, they weren't mentally there.
I mean, out of character, it did kind of sound like some sort of advanced sleepwalking.
Mm-hmm. Though that does pose the question, what did they shove in her face and why didn't it work?
I mean, there are really only two options there. Either they copied whatever rune down wrong, or Betty was immune to it.
Or resistant. Fret will actually begin scribbling out. Betty, you're a monk, right? Tell us about your training.
She says, well, I was brought in as a young child. A lot of mental focus, a lot of meditating. I was taught to punch just about anything. A lot of our early training involved breaking, or at least fracturing the bones in our fingers, so that way they would become stronger, and desensitizing our hands and feet to pains. A whole lot of meditation, which is what allowed me to recall things. Though I'm going to be honest, the moment that I was sent out of the monastery to search the world, a lot of that training did me very little good for my group members.
It is possible the amount of meditation you've done could have... Okay, out of care. Is inured the word I'm looking for? Is inured, like, made immune to?
Becoming inured to something means you're desensitized to something.
Yes. Could have inured you to various mind control.
No, because this is the first time in a long time I've returned to my old practice. I've very much given it up over the years.
This may be an unbecoming question, but how long have you been a citizen of Twilight?
My world's time, a couple 100 years. Tooth didn't have his bar when I first came here. I've been here longer than Tooth.
Somehow that feels very impressive.
It's a long story, but needless to say, demons and a mage that doesn't tell you all the details were the culprit. And honestly, being here has been a reprieve from being there. Especially since I got to watch those bastards die one by one. She squints.
It's possible that the length of time you've been here has made you exceptional. After all, I'm only here for a little over a century. And given the number of broken souls that have come in the recent century, even the past few decades, it's likely that those that are so new are more vulnerable.
Well, as I said, if you've got questions, I'm more than happy to answer. I can't really surmise on the reason why whatever that was shoved in my face didn't work. Or maybe it did and I just don't know. I would rather it not have worked, because if it did work, I hope I snap to in the middle of their little gathering and I can punch the living daylights out of all of them. And a little bit of stabby stab, because she points down, I've got the best stilettos in the city.
That is the tricky thing about mind magic. It is sometimes rather difficult to recognize whether it has taken root or not.
I think the fact that they stood there for several minutes is the reason why I'm safe. They almost looked like they didn't know how to react to what just happened.
I wonder if that symbol was meant to recruit you.
Wouldn't that mean that the symbol that, or the mail that was sent to me earlier was also meant to do the same thing?
The letter that you gave us?
Yes.
Potentially.
Viv,
Which
roll will
reminds
save.
me.
Oh.
I mean, chat could totally help you, but... Oh, nope.
Nope. That's a 10.
Because something, typical, something. Continue last.
Which reminds me. Fred, weren't you the one who read the letter?
Fret nods.
Do you remember it?
Does Fret remember it, Era?
If you don't, he doesn't. You remember the chaos symbol that was on it that fucked you up for a few days.
Mhm.
But you don't remember any other particular rune. Though if you want to roll a wisdom save for me.
Okay. Or a will save, or...
No, wisdom. This is for you to remember something very specific.
Oh, okay. Hold on. That's gonna be a big nope, probably. That's a, that number on the dice. So 8.
I mean, you also have your reroll, don't you?
I do. But... let me see. Can I... I'm not sure if I could, pull some shenanigery to get a advantage on recalling with a spell or not. So I think I'll just,
Well,
Varien.
Vari.
Hmm?
Would you say that this information is perhaps some sort of difficult to find, perhaps lost? And we are the what now?
Oh no, I'm burning my reroll. Just
knew.
Oh, okay. Well, there goes the reroll, and yeah, that's 20 on the dice, 20 on the save.
You didn't open the letter, you recall suddenly. You remember that Shoal very specifically opened the letter before handing it to you, where there was only that symbol of chaos. So if there was anything previous, it would have affected Shoal. I actually don't remember the rest of the letter. You'd have to look in the history for it because it's somewhere.
Okay. Well, yeah, Fred will, scribble out. Wait, Shoal was the first one to look at it. And then looks to Shoal.
Shoal, do you want your will save again, or do you want to just continue the fail train?
I would like to will save again. This failed train. The one save I'm not good at.
I know, and it's funny.
Thank God. That's 20.
You know, you did see something on that piece of paper just before you handed over to Shoal. It's obscure, you can't remember the details of it, but something tried to affect you. And you felt at that moment your will crumbling, but for some odd reason it failed. TLDR out of character, you actually failed the will save, but you passed for another reason.
Huh.
Also, welcome in, Conrad.
Hello, Conrad. If you wish
Well-
to tell the party.
Yeah, Shoal is basically going to be like, I remember something being there. I don't really remember any details. And I remember it tried to affect me, and it kind of just fizzled out.
I wonder if the same thing happened to Betty. But it was strange. Betty, you were acting odd when you gave us the letter.
It felt wrong.
Is it?
Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry, continue. I shouldn't interrupt.
No, go.
Is it possible that what that room did was implant a command inside you? If it felt wrong to give us the letter, why would you have given it to us in the first place?
No, it felt wrong as in I didn't feel like I should open it. It felt like I didn't like it. You ever get news or hear something and just realize instantly that you're not going to like what's inside?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was that feeling. That's why I brought it here instead of opening it. I started to open it and I just got that taste in my mouth.
Was the letter before or after the attack?
Well, out of character, you would remember that the letter came before the attack.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It came shortly after she observed some people dropping information or doing information exchange in the back alleys.
The letter came before the attack. Maybe the intent, originally, we have to assume that they knew you were there anyway, was that the letter was meant for you. But the initial effect failed. You brought it to us, or were potentially compelled to bring it to us. The effect failed on Shoal, but they attempted again on you.
Then why am I not one of them now? And why is not Shoal? Shoal, please don't take this the wrong way, but he's not exactly headstrong.
I would definitely say Shoal is very headstrong and stubborn, and
This is,
I want to put out there, not in Betty's opinion, he ain't.
This is Betty we're talking
Shoal,
about.
Shoal just
Yeah,
identifies
it's
as
a matter
little
of
bastard.
scale.
Yeah. You need to realize that Betty is kind of just better at being a bastard than Shoal is. So
fair
Betty
enough.
is everything Shoal aspires to be.
basically, that's the level of fear that Shoal inspires to create in people.
Also, Shoal's afraid of Betty, and Betty's aware of it.
That's because Shoal has this thing called a survival instinct. Still, I guess I'm not one for speculating. If you have other questions.
I'm trying to rack my mind, but I can find none.
Fret will have a sudden thought, and will scribble out, Betty, were you ever a recaller?
No. Never had the intuition to go back into reality and deal with anybody at all. Can only imagine how stupid people are universally. Considering I've been here and on my home planet.
Fret nods enthusiastically.
We know things they don't, and people are still stupid here. Could you imagine how bad it is when people don't know things and they're stupid? I don't know if I can face that. I'll stay here. I am happy here.
Lass gets a bit of a look of realization. Maybe it's because they're so stupid. This is the bluntest way to put it, of course. Take, for instance, why it doesn't exactly work on, say, Shoal or Fret in full capacity. Of course, the symbol of chaos is going to work on Fret.
Fret gives Lost a look.
Lass doesn't even bother looking back. But of course, it wouldn't work on you. You're too aware of things. But think, until recently, the games had been suffusing people's minds, causing them to become complacent. In the most unkind way to put it.
But I was complacent, so how would that work? Oh, right, I don't know if they told you. I admitted to being complacent. I had 2 separate lives, yada yada blah. She says, rolling her hands, not really wanting to go over it now that she's off her medication.
He just sort of waves a hand. He's not trying to be dismissive, but it's a dismissive motion. And he shakes his head. That's not what I mean. You frequently participated in things. Yes, you may have lived a double life, but you had to focus to keep that up. Most didn't. Most citizens that allowed themselves to drown in the various games around the city, they gave themselves over to it fully. Easily malleable, easily manipulated, following the whims and rules of whatever game took their fancy at the time.
Wouldn't that just be less complacency and stupidity and more joy and happiness in being here?
No. That is not true joy. You can be happy. You can be entertained and even enjoy a game. But that's not true joy. It's not real bliss. It is, after all, a game. It's a game that people were refusing to end. And what happens when something that you enjoy does not end?
She just looks over at Shoal and goes, I'm lost.
No, that is the other one.
Shoal's.
You all have other questions for me because this is philosophy nonsense, and I left that behind when I no longer was in the real, because all those big words always confused the living heck out of me growing up. I may be a monk, but the flowers falling off the treetops and you should pick them up does not mean anything to me.
What?
Yeah, I have no idea. My master used to say it all the time. If I understood that, maybe I would have been a better monk.
It sounds like a metaphor, but without being a metaphor.
He said all sorts of stuff.
He was trying to.
Well, considering how big his forehead was, pretty sure he only had half a lobe of brain. It was just all shoved up front. Don't get me wrong, I like the man. It's just, he had such a big forehead. It went on for like ever. His eyebrows were like up here, and then she motions at the top of her head. It's weird. Then she shakes her head and goes, I have no idea what you're going on about.
I'll leave my speculation for another time. I suppose a more important question is, how are you doing, Betty?
The painkillers gave me a lot of clarity I didn't want, but then did want, and then they took me off of them.
Should I be sending Shoal to steal painkillers from the hospital?
No. We got Thursday night coming. Excuse me, not a bar fight night. I got a new dress for it. I should be fine.
Would you like to take the rest of the Pyrolines to go?
What'd you just say out of character?
Lass just asked if she would like the rest of the Pyrolines to go. You know, the desserts he gave her.
Oh no, I'm going to be very unladylike in about 30 seconds when we're done.
Fret looks very concerned.
It means she's going to absolutely destroy them.
They're very good.
Thank you.
There is a loud crunching sound that happens.
Is it eating water meal?
No, it is Fret smacking a bar of water meal against the table a couple times.
She looks
And
at it
then
and goes, Go
and
ahead.
then opening the package and sprinkling it on his mascarpone sandwich.
He's putting wonder meal on it so Betty doesn't try to eat it. Oh my god.
Ew. Any other questions from any of you?
Am I going to be brought into things in the near future because I need to be...
Only if you have questions.
So go do the thing if you need to do the thing.
I'm assuming nobody else has any questions, correct? Out of character?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Well, I know
Fret
where she
has
lives.
nowhere. I don't even know where to begin.
Paint doesn't have questions, but he does crawl over to her and give her healing licks.
She will snark and pet and be like, I am fine now. They did all sorts of weird healing magic, but if this is everything, she will stand up. She'll take the mug of confections, cram them, or reach in with her hand, cram them in her mouth, and then chase it with tea. Then correct her hat, give a slight bow, be like, those were delicious. Have a wonderful day. I will save a chair for you, Shoal.
Fret gives a thumbs up.
Shoal looks mildly alarmed. Is that going to mean a lot of things from Betty?
And she will take her leave, leaving you all to go ahead and converse as you wish.
Paint is going back to hiding under the table he was under.
Fred munches on dessert, which now makes several 100% more crackly sounds.
Shoal just looks mildly offended.
I'm surprised Last Lost is not the one looking mildly offended.
Sorry, I was writing down notes, including Fret preempting Betty's dessert consumption by crumbling Wondermeal bar on top of his sandwich. Yes, Last is displeased by this action. He just looks over at Fret disapprovingly. And
Fret
when
just
Fret
smiles.
finishes, Last just has his hands on his hips. Or what accounts for them anyway. I literally just made those work today. Did you have to ruin them?
Fret shakes his head and scribbles that they were good.
They'd be better without the Wander Meal.
Gestures to Shoal.
Fret sighs.
Pardon my postulation. I have been very eager to deal with this problem.
I think we would all like this problem to end finally. Be great.
Still, it's another piece of the puzzle.
Fret will scribble out. It doesn't really seem to get us much farther, though.
Unfortunately, somehow I doubt any of us have the right questions to ask Betty, and there's no guarantee she knows anything more.
Fret nods.
But there was another entity reaching out to you all.
I don't believe in entity.
Well, he wasn't an entity. He is a mortal of this realm.
Oh, Fret does inquire, scribble of what about your law friend? Has he said anything more recently? And maybe he could help.
The port just started working all but keys. Because it hates me.
Oh, I'm sorry. This happened last time too, except it was me and Joel.
No, mine got working again, and then it stopped working.
Mr. Exley.
Fret nods.
I haven't heard anything from him, even though it's only been, what, a day or two?
Fret nods.
I'm sure we could find Mr. Exley. He's not terribly difficult. However, we do have some matters that need finished first if we're going to go out and interrogate a prospective councilman. First and foremost, he's going to lean on the counter. I would like us all to get paid.
Fret nods.
Money is good.
After that, we'll see. We can go after
Fret?
him.
Fret will scribble out. How about the world mirror after?
Paint whimpers and curls up more.
Paint. Stop it.
Fred, is there a reason you want us to go to the world mirror?
Fret will scribble out. I don't know. I like going to the world mirror lately. It's kind of nice. We'll shrug.
Fair enough. We also have that other mission we'll need to undertake at some point. Although I suppose I should elaborate as to why Paint wanted me to go to the world mirror.
Fret nods.
I'm gonna wait for Volt to get back.
If we're gonna pause, I'm gonna run the bathroom
Go do.
because I've been holding it.
Ah. Come. Shoal is losing patience with paints. Woe is me attitude right now.
He's just being even more of a bad boy then.
I mean, it's hard for paint to do something Shoal would approve of to begin with. He's a dog and a fae.
Aww.
While I have not been reduced to air,
That's okay. I have plans for if paint continues acting like this.
Oh no.
I am back.
welcome
Sorry
back.
about that.
You're fine.
Current plan is to make sure that we get paid. Maybe.
I heard everything.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to
Wireless
make sure.
headset for the win.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting not everybody has a headset like mine that's wired.
I mean, I can wire mine if I wanted to. If I wanted to hate myself.
So, the reason that Paint was trying to drag me to the world mirror is because the afterlife I saw in the world mirror, the one where supposedly my mask is, though that might have been part of the illusion, that afterlife is real. It is somewhere that can be gotten to. So, technically, we can use the world mirror to follow that thread of fate.
And you would be avoiding this va.
Because, first of all, that would be me imposing upon the rest of you. Going alone would be a very terrible idea, and just taking myself in paint is also a terrible idea and splits the team in an untenable manner.
So, here's my solution. You ask us if we want to go along.
Fret will scribble out.
Pause, please.
Oh.
Alright, carry on. Sorry. Audio.
Ah.
Audio glitch.
Discord being
is-
Discord.
No,
Okay.
it's a different program.
Oh,
Oh, okay. But Fret will scribble out. But just going and finding out about the place, that's not a big deal. It's not like we're allowed to go out, is it?
To that end,
Unless there's a mission.
To that end, he repeats as he holds up a finger, and then from his bakery apron, he pulls out the transit passes.
Ooh.
I was intending
What
to
is it?
I was intending to actually give these out when Volt arrived, but I was a bit distracted. These are transit passes. These will allow us to come and go from Twilight as we please, within reason. Erebane has specifically asked that I not make him chase us down.
Threat blink several times.
Point of note, Mr. Exley also has a transit pass, and Mr. Exley also used to be a recaller.
Threat has a contemplative look.
And he will set the passes down on the table, keeping one for himself.
These are surprisingly elegant considering Arabane's style. They are pieces of paper with your guy's name written on them, but they are not written in normal ink. It is definitely flashy gold style ink. You get the idea that these are enchanted. Dr. Volt would have to spend half a second looking at them to realize that these are nearly indestructible. These were handmade. Oh,
Joel.
Dr. Volt, do me a
Yes?
favor.
Roll a thing.
Yes.
Rolling a thing. I rolled a 15 on the dice. What am I rolling?
Knowledge or spellcraft. Spellcraft, probably.
I only got a 35.
A 35 is still enough for you to realize that these are real.
Ah,
Interesting. Dr. Volt will take one of them too and examine it for a bit before putting it into his pack.
Joel's has already been put into his tail bag.
And Fret will grab one as well.
These seem to be real.
Real like us or real like the map?
Not like the map. The map was wrong. These are... What's a better way of putting it? The ground you stand on is real, right?
Uh-huh.
The world around you is real, right?
Uh-huh.
These are real.
Ah.
You can't make these go away.
Interesting.
Fascinating, but also very useful. It means that technically they cannot be stolen or destroyed.
Fret will raise an eyebrow at that, and
I fail to see how that prevents any of that.
If they are
Yeah.
real in the same way as Twilight, they function like memory. Now that they have been presented to you, you remember their default state. Even if it was damaged or technically destroyed, it would simply return when you're not looking, the same way the bakery did.
Fret will scribble out, I don't know if that's how that works or not.
My bakery did not have construction workers around it, did it?
Fret will add an addendum. I mean, these passes.
Joel is just kind of like slow blinking.
It's not like we're going to suddenly test it. But if Volt is correct, that would mean that these things are essentially a permanent addition to our persons.
Fret, to proof of concept this. is going to try to steal Shoal's.
Roll a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Just to prove last wrong.
Yeah. Well, that flopped, but that's a 32.
You try to steal or reach into his bag, and you think you feel a piece of paper, so you nab it. And then when you open your hand, you have a rubber ducky.
Fret looks so offended. But pockets
Shoal-
the rubber ducky regardless.
Hey, that was mine. Put that back. Shoal's gonna bite.
Fret will put it back.
You're free to try again.
Yeah, try and replicate. You have to try more than once. One time isn't. That's not a good sample size,
Okay, fair. Here.
as Volt would
Give it
say.
another go. That's a 29.
You reach into his pack again. You feel that pass there. You know you're grabbing onto it this time. And then you pull it out. Hey, Viv, what kind of random crap do you have in your tail pouch right now?
I've got. Let me scroll down. Ow.
Just choose a random item. Vari's going to accidentally steal it.
Well, he has a lint catcher ball.
You have a lint catcher ball in your hand.
Fret will just put that back.
Do you want to do this all day, or would you like to get paid?
Fret sighs dejectedly and scribbles out, okay, let's go.
I promise to let you attempt to thieve my pass off me as often as you like.
Fret looks so happy and will immediately try to steal. 31.
You go in there, and this time you're absolutely sure you grabbed it. You know your hand's on it. You feel that papery material, just like yours. And then you pull out your hair, and it's a pair of tongs. You have become crab.
No, Fret isn't human. Fret resists.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering where that was in my apron.
Fret will give the tongs.
Takes the tongs back, puts them on the rack where they belong.
Shoal looks offended that nobody click-clacked them.
There's something wrong in the universe now.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. He put them back onto the rack. He click-clacks them before he lets go.
Well, he did, but Fred didn't click-clack them. Therefore, there's something wrong in the universe.
Oh, that's fine.
The universe has been offended.
I could just assume, since Shoal is Cap. Either you
Yes.
clickety clackety or you get the smack.
Yes. Bap.
And it sounds like the group is going to go ahead and travel off to where your tavern is to go ahead and collect payment from a Mr. Tooth.
Yes. Money.
You guys walk into there, and Tooth has really cleaned up the place. Like, this place is sparkling clean. He's got a giant toothy grin on his face. He is almost parading around his tavern while cleaning things, his tail swishing back and forth, occasionally bumping things, and he's put up Christmas lights for some reason.
I mean, any grin he has would be.
He just seems so happy. As you guys walk in, he almost disregards you, then pauses mid-step, turns to you, and goes, "Hello."
If
Shoal
you're
is
happy
squinting at
and
him.
you know it, clack your tongs.
Click, click.
Shoal is squinting at Tooth suspicious.
Fret will scribble out, Oh, getting ready for the big not day.
Oh, absolutely. You see, there's a guard that I made friends with, and he may be willing to turn his back after a certain time at our bar and go deal with other things for a little while. So that way we can get away with, please, anything that's happening here. Because do you know what? Drunk sailors are boring when they're not punching each other. No emotional scenes. They just stay in their little corners. They don't talk to each other. They just keep on giving each other suspicious looks.
Fret will scribble out. We have important intel regarding that.
Suspicious sailors?
Fret
Boring
shakes his
people?
head. Fret shakes his head.
Christmas lights?
Fret shakes his head. And will just turn his chalk into bold mode and slowly write out Betty.
Oh, bloody hell, let me get our table ready then. He is going to march in back and start dragging out a table that he apparently stashed away until she was ready. Oh, we're going to put this right dead center. She'll recognize it. I don't need to put it in its usual spot. This is going to be fantastic. I'm going to be entertained. And if you tell anybody, including Umtime, I will deal with you. He does the ominous point at you all. Then goes back to tugging the table.
I don't think we've spoken to Umtime in a good while.
He's been very busy. Something, upper end, something, mischaracterization, something. Somebody over in the people that deal with the paperwork fucking up, I don't know. Not my problem.
Yes.
Was that what's going on? They don't tell me nothing on that end. I'm too low in the pegs, high enough to be in control, low enough to not know what's going on. I just want to watch people punch each other in the face very hard. That's all I really want for Punch Mess. That sounds like a holiday, right?
It sounds like a sailor's holiday, yeah.
Yes.
All I want for Punchmas is for you to lose your 2 front teeth.
So, go ahead.
All I want for Punchmas is to take your 2 front teeth. Your 2 front teeth. Your 2 front teeth.
You have brought this upon us all, Era.
And I'm okay with it.
Paint deserves it.
One way or the other, you all are here, which means you're here for a reason. So what is that reason? I am busy making this place a grand stage. Such the grandest of stages. Any ideas how to reinforce glass? That way nobody breaks it.
Planks?
His eyes go wide. I can do that.
I mean, unless you're not allowed to, bar up the windows.
Oh, bloody hell, that would be suspicious for the previous. Alright, either rate, you're here for a reason.
Also, there are several ways to temper glass, but very few that work after it is already.
Fret will scribble out storm shutters.
He snaps. Got it. Done.
Payment.
Alright, I owe you guys money. He just leaves the table where it is, awkwardly, and goes around the bar, and then sets down a payment. He goes, I reviewed your file. Congratulations, you're rank D. Yes, you're doing the other mission. There's no rush on it because the sciencey folk put it on my heads. Get to it when you get to it. But here's your payment. Now, there should be about 1,000 scales each.
Woo.
Welcome to rank D, officially. I'll give you fanfare and do the official thing, but you guys don't seem to be interested in that, and I'm currently going to make this place so clean that you don't see any of the previous bloodstains, and I get new ones.
1,000 scales, you say?
H?
Well, that means I have 347 scales.
What?
How does 1,000 put you at 300?
Because it puts me at 4,347.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I'm at 3,251 now, so
j-
I'm a little short.
No, just remember, guys, you're not paying from level 3 to level 4 because you guys are level 3 right now, right?
We're level.
You're
We're
not
level
paying
four.
for level 4 to level 5. You're paying for level 3 to level 4.
Yes, which is
Yeah,
4,000.
so
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Just
have
making sure
even
that's
less
there.
scales than that. I'm not even over 3,000.
Don't worry. You guys might be talking to somebody that might be giving you a huge boon soon.
Woo. Shoal's broke. Rip Shoal.
Paint is
To be fair,
just
Shoal spent a
going-
lot of money on the magic stuff.
Paint is just
What it-
going
And
to
I roll over
slowly
average.
eat the 4,000 scales.
holy
lol.
crap!
Just crunch, crunch, crunch in the saddest manner possible. He's gonna be eating those all day.
He just reaches into his pack, munch, munch, munch.
Are you sure you're not a paladin of Erebane? Because this is starting to sound like this kind of shit Erebane would pull. Depression eating.
Shoal's getting tired of this pseudo depression.
It's not pseudo to him!
No, it's full on depression.
Shoal's
on.
about to undepress Paint by throwing him in a fucking lake or something.
I'm not sure that that's gonna work.
It'll give him something else to think about.
As
What?
he just sinks to the bottom.
You think cat sharks are any? You think other cat sharks are any better? Oh, you're not feeling good? Think about this instead. Smack.
Oh,
Wait, does Shoal actually smack Paint?
Not yet. No.
Okay.
Not yet, but I want to point out that this is a sign of affection.
It is.
Depending on how hard Shoal is smacking him, it could be.
The fact that Shoal actually cares to pause and smack him is a sign of affection. Because if he didn't care about Paint, Shoal would just ignore him eternally.
You mean like how Shoal does for most conversations?
Yes.
Aw,
Ugh.
low roll.
That's a 5 out of 8, dude. That's above average.
Low roll.
hey, at least
Zim,
we...
I'm going to put you in the happy box.
Oh,
Either rate.
at least we can buy the desert, which is nice.
Do you guys have any other business in the tavern? As Tooth happily goes back to reorganizing his bar to include Betty's table.
Shoal is going to bonded mine at Fret. Would it be funnier if I warned them about what's coming first, or if I?
Fred shakes his head emphatically.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Shoal's gonna kind of look at the rest of the par, point with one paw, and go, ha! And then leave.
Oh crap, I get a feat this level, don't I?
It's an odd level. Yes. You can figure it out later, or just ask Tal, because Tal's probably got it.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the level up will not be immediate, so we should be okay.
It won't be tonight. But, where are you guys going next?
Okay. As Class takes them out of the tavern first, to be out of the way.
Shoal's perfectly fine with being in Tooth's way.
Yeah, but Shoal left because he laughed at them.
Yes. And also because it's funnier that way. And now they can wonder why Shoal laughed at them.
They'll find out.
Oh, they'll find out, and so will you.
Shoal doesn't need to find out. He already knows.
We have a few options now. We can go looking for Mr. Exley, which shouldn't be terribly hard.
GM nudge.
Or we can go look at the world mirror, which we can do anytime.
GM's very evil grin.
Fret,
Or we could not do any of them.
What is your suggestion otherwise, Shoal?
Shoal just shrugs and just goes procrastination.
Not an option.
Fret,
Shoal looks offended.
Fret will scribble out. How about both?
I never said we couldn't do both. It's a matter of which are we doing first.
Shoal
Fret
is
shrugs.
going to look at paint and see if paint's still big, depresso, espresso.
Reach in
Paint,
the
are you-
bag, grab a mouthful, go back out, munch.
Shoal goes,
munch, munch.
ah! You're depressing everyone else around you.
Fret scribbles out. What do you want to do, Paint?
Paint just whimpers at Shoal's remark and curls back up tighter.
Last Ben's
Where's
over.
my coin? Where's my coin?
It's
It's decision time.
Okay. Okay, I can't have last do anything. This is a Shoal.
Not
moment.
yet. Shoal gets fed up with this. Tails, Shoal does not get fed up with this yet. Aww. It's Tails.
not fed up yet. I mean, there is a third option. You could go visit Dextral.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah,
We can-
tell him where air is.
No,
Tell him air bane its head.
No. Dextral got an upgrade.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Bends down, picks up paint. I know what we're doing first.
Fret
You guys-
shrugs. Just follows along.
Paint is just dejected dead weight.
I feel like Last has picked up paint as if he's a cat, like under the forelimbs, so that long odd.
Oh, so you guys go out to where the training grounds are and you don't find Dextral, but you're told immediately where he is.
The library.
Oh no, you see there are new posts for the cough around town, and he's very good at paperwork.
Nerd. Anyway.
As you guys walk into his office, where he's apparently taking account of everything going on because that's what his job is officially now within the ranks, you notice that those trees that Paint had grabbed are currently his horns, and he's got almost new pseudo wings. He's unfortunately still a little bit on the rotund side. As he looks up and he goes, "Oh, please, God, tell me you're saving me from this right now. Thank you for the upgrade." Well, thank you, Cass.
Crab cakes.
Out of character, we went to an accounting office.
Oh, in Threshold, yes.
Ah,
Dextral got reassigned. He is no longer rank 1. He doesn't have to be at the training grounds every day. Instead, they're having him do paperwork.
is there something you would rather be doing right now?
Anything but this, he says.
Well, you could help us find Mr. Alan Exley.
If it's not out of town business, I can't leave my post, unfortunately.
Really?
But thank you for my update. The trees in my head are itchy, though.
I'm sure it will be fine. Holds up paint. Look,
Paint was excited when he heard about when he saw the trees he grabbed being used, and then he said they were itchy, and now he's depressed again.
Oh my.
I might slap Paint. Holy shit.
oh my god.
Yes, they will be fine. They're at least unique, so I have that. Just I didn't expect the whole transition to be so... He flutters the little wings. They're so tiny. I expected to be all grand and fancy, but apparently that's not the way you level up around here. Alas, at least I can seed now. Turns out there's a whole process here too that I didn't know about. The seeds will come when they're ready to come, he says, looking so dejected.
Paint is looking at the wings and trying to wriggle out of Last's arms.
I mean, Last will let him.
Great. Paint is running off to the to the blanket shop.
Oh. So Pate literally runs out of the building, and Last is just standing there with his head, like, arms out, looking utterly bewildered.
Shoal is just gonna go, I hate dogs and I hate Fae.
I'm very confused.
So am I, but love you all, please leave. I have to tally incidences over the last few months.
Oh, that sounds excruciating.
Oh, this is how they're going to punish us, I see. My condolences.
This is my job now. I'm good at filling out paperwork. This is what I get for keeping thorough research notes. Always condemned to a life of monogamy when I could be out touching things I shouldn't be touching.
Monotony.
Do.
Same thing in this case.
Is it, though?
I've been married.
Oh. How
Red
Never
eye,
marry an
brown eye.
archaeologist. We're boring. Now that I personally ensured that we'll never have an archaeologist viewer ever, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Last just looks down for a bit, drops his arms, looks up at Dextrol. Well, how lucky for you. Turns on his heel and leaves.
Au revoir.
Fret will briefly dance at Dextrol and then leave.
Dexter just looks so confused. So I guess all but Paint get to decide what to do next. So I need a destination for you all.
I was hoping that Dex would have, like, directions to Mr. Exley or help us out.
No, why would Cough be assistable?
Giant shrug, he's assigned to us!
Also, you know exactly where Exley is.
Yeah, he's off either on the Warfront or Shadow's Playground.
Yep.
On my patrol route. Well, until we reacquire Paint, I guess that's off the table, because he doesn't want to go looking for Exley without Paint. So I guess to the World Mirror it is.
All fun. Hey, Paint. You run to that blanket shop again.
Yes.
And you pop in the door and you hear the blanket guy go, "Oh no, I'm busy."
Oh.
Let me finish one giant project before two. Because I assume you have a giant project for me, Pupper. After this one.
He squints at him.
He goes, "You do realize that I have the right to deny service whenever I want, right?"
Ears droop. And he leaves and runs off to find a different shop.
Gods help me.
Good dogs. This is why Shoal doesn't like dogs.
How big of a fucking blanket are you going to fucking have made now?
Oh, not a blanket this time.
What
Weight
now?
covers or something.
He
If the weight
is
covers.
he is looking for wing extensions.
Oh my god, this dog.
I figured.
Do you know what doesn't exist and you're going to spend a good while looking for?
Wing extensions?
So I'll get back to you, I guess, when you decide to rejoin the fucking party.
Actually, Era, there is an item. Hold on. Give me a minute.
No.
Varien,
No. No.
No,
No,
no, I'm
denied.
curious. I want to hear.
No. Denied. Denied.
Let me progress the story.
Yeah, come on.
Vari. I'm boyfriend privilege denying that entire bit.
Oh,
No, I found an item.
No.
Wing sheaths.
oh, that's not extensions. Those are wing covers.
Yeah, that's different. That's not what he's looking for. I would like to progress the story this session.
He is basically looking for somebody to make like tarp or canvas wing-shaped things with wires in them to attach onto Dextral's wings.
No.
I just... Okay. Fucking roll percentiles. Just fucking roll percentiles. Oh, my dear Jesus. Just roll fucking percentiles.
So sorry, Era.
44.
Not today, you're not finding anything. Let me progress the story.
Oh wait, I dropped him down and got 100.
Cool.
Didn't
you
announce it
find them never.
beforehand, sorry.
Oh, we should probably stop torturing Era.
Pete is desperate to be a good boy.
I let our
Oh my
last
God.
episode go without complaining about you guys not letting me progress the story. Let me progress the story. There's not very many times where I ask you, let me progress the fucking story.
Okay. I guess Paint goes running around town and then finally winds up at the world mirror.
I need a moment. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Is it to our mark? I need to take my meds, actually.
So I have access to 3rd level spells.
Assuming our level up happens, because we have to exchange the seals.
Joshi May, thank you for the follow or the sub. I appreciate it.
Yeah. But when we do, you know what's a 3rd level bard spell?
Something stupid.
Yes, very stupid. Let's just say Dr. Volt is going to be very high on his bullshit.
Oh no.
Because he's going to have the voltaic button of bullshit.
Oh no. Oh no.
What does it
Glibness
do?
is a 3rd level bard spell.
Oh no! The one bard spell that Darren never used because he was never the face.
I don't think our party really has a face. We're all just kind of here.
But sadly, Fret, when he eventually gets 750 more scales, he'll only be able to cast 2nd level spells.
Technically, we have the seals, but they're in non-seal format.
Oh, all the gems. Yeah, Shoal needs like 2,000 seals. And he has to get his armor, the leather armor upgraded, or not upgraded, altered to fit him.
Ah, good quote.
What quote?
Quote for the story progression. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Ah, so once again, they're sentient.
Uh-huh. All right, I should grab a reroll. We're going to the world mirror.
Yep.
Yeah, well, where is the whatever stuff about gaining rerolls? Because I have not found any of the.
I think
Any
it
of
was. I think it was explained to us rather than put in the document.
We get a reroll when we leave to go on a mission. We get a reroll when we visit the world mirror, but we can only have one of those stored at a time. And the other ones we get, we just are kind of more like the Baldur's Gate inspiration types.
Yeah.
Though, given how much we torture Era, I don't think we're ever getting inspiration.
Yeah.
Well,
Especially
maybe
since,
if
like-
Paint was allowed to have at least one of his attempts to help somebody go through, he wouldn't be so desperate to find more things he could do to be a good boy.
Well, maybe if he wasn't being a little baby about it, Shoal would let him help.
Oh.
Oh,
Out of character. I gave you a bone. And you are a good boy. It's just you're missing all the fucking things. I just want to progress the story tonight.
yes,
There will be things. Don't worry, Paint. You get to be a good boy very soon.
Shoal will make sure to never call him a good boy ever again.
How?
That's
I'm
how.
also,
Well, okay, that is kind of depending, but at the moment, Shoal is irritated.
and that is the tip goal.
That's several things thrown at my face.
Mala, let the GM. My goodness. All right, that is the tip goal almost completed. We are off by 2 cents.
Was it Mala's fault?
Yes.
Mala, I'm gonna shake the jar.
I don't want to bother sending 2 cents through PayPal. PayPal would eat the 2 cents.
Now,
Does it charge you? It doesn't charge me. All right, I'm a legacy account. I don't get charged for nothing.
No, there's still charges on PayPal.
Yeah.
I don't get transfer charges.
It
I'll
depends
only
on...
between my bank account.
That's odd.
Yeah, I've never gotten them. It's because my count is ancient.
But either way, there's 2 bits, which is 2 pennies, so...
Jeez. All right. Really, Key?
And yes, Toshime, reroll cards are allowed.
Really, Key? Really, Key?
What
Yes.
did he do?
You just tipped me $50, then $5.
No, Toshime tipped 50. I tipped 5.
Toshime, thank you for the tip. And okay, that is the tip goal
Oh,
complete.
wow.
We'll get to that. Chimney crickets, people.
double complete.
Ooh, I can work with that. So, hey, you all get to the world mirror, and you meet up. And here comes the fun part. Last,
Yes.
I believe you're taking the lead on this one, correct? I need you to do me a favor and roll a will save to will yourself to look into what I know very well you don't want to.
Yep, saw that coming.
So, can Fret inspire courage?
He may.
Okay.
Can Paint use teamwork to assist?
Unfortunately, this isn't Scar.
But take that +1.
Okay. That's a total of 18 then.
You gander into the mirror. And for the first time in your existence here in Twilight, you reach up and you pull forth imagery. It's a weird feeling. It's a warm feeling.
Demon
then you
wants
do
you to
see
be
it.
much more descriptive.
I think that's what's happening like right now.
I just
And you
figured
do
before you start, you know.
And you do see it. It is similar to what you saw before. It is definitely the heaven promised to you in the books of yore from your people. It definitely has all the architecture correct. It definitely has the individuals like yours, even those pre-transition.
The hell was that?
Sad paint.
Paint noises?
Man, Chad,
I'll
you're
turn off
making
the-
it really hard to fucking run a hard scene.
I turned off the feed through. Go ahead.
It's definitely absolutely everything promised and more. As you look into it and you see your people, even those pre-transition to the state that you guys are in now, which gives you the allure of ancientness. You do not see the mask there as you expected to see it. But you do see him. On his throne as you expect him to be. Looking concerned with his fingers steepled, staring out into the heaven. And as you taste it, you realize, yes, this is real. This is that part of your world. This is real. That is as he was descripted. Not quite as correct as you expected, but you know very well that this is the truth. Something is concerning him. Concerning him. You don't see the other gods. Just him. Staring out into his realm.
Out of character, is this the one that meant missing?
Yes.
Oh. Last is going to reach out as if to touch the mirror. How can this be? You were gone. Absent. How can he be there? Of all the gods, why is he there? Why not Medid? Why not Halthris? The twins?
There's a brief reprieve where you see darkness leak into the realm. He seems to focus for a moment and push it away.
What? Narrowing his eyes, he leans in closer, or at least sort of like motions like he does. What is that?
Hey, Dr. Volt, would you like to roll a knowledge everything?
Okay. Well, that's not very good knowledge ever. But you know what? We're at the world mirror, so I'm going to burn a reroll. That's a much better knowledge everything. In that it's a nat 20 on the dice.
What's your total?
I will
Egregious.
subtract the 1 from it because we haven't officially leveled up yet. That is a 32.
You know, when a world meets its end, it sinks into the darkness and returns to the cycle. You think that this realm must be teetering on the edge of the darkness for it to be creeping in like that? This god is holding this realm out of the darkness for some reason.
Yes, this is indeed concerning. Dr. Volt will explain the situation.
I don't understand. Everything, every written notation about Avnos. They were this aggressive god. The hunter-protector, certainly, but they were banished for their actions. It doesn't make sense that they would be presiding over the afterlife. Let alone an afterlife at its end.
Well, you said it effectively in there. Hunter Protector.
Paint is going to send along an image of two dogs fighting. One gets defeated, and then the victor goes off to right.
I am aware of how history works. Avnos has been the absent father for so long. Since well before my people became, he gestures to himself, this. I just find it hard to accept. But there are many things that are not as I envisioned them. Now the question is how I follow a thread of fate I cannot see.
Hey, Fred.
Yeah. So, I gather navigation check.
I mean, it would greatly help if he zoomed the hell out.
Uh-huh.
You can look at
Oh,
a building and have no idea where it is.
Yeah. Fret will just kind of do the kind of nudge lost and pantomime taking two fingers starting from a close together point and expanding out.
That'd be zoom in.
Oh, vice versa then. Well, I don't know how the world mirror works, As far as
Well, like, the motioning, the out motion makes sense for zoom out, even if that's not how it works in a program. So
Yeah.
that motion is actually the correct one because that's the one that Last actually understands.
World
Well, there you
motion,
go.
world mirror confirmed for touchscreen.
We already knew that.
And yes, then roll your navigation roll as he goes ahead and he zooms out as you guys see the ripped out part of his domain floating right at the edge of darkness.
Okay, that is
A good roll.
that is a 20.
Holy shit, that's way out there. That's further out than you guys have ever been before. You're not 100% sure because the darkness obscures it, but you're pretty sure that you have a good concept of how or of where it might be. It will take a little bit of work when you're closer because you're going to have to shut up, Google. Match the stars.
Well, Fret will take initial measurements as soon as he's got a point of reference of the start like so that he has a heading, so to speak.
Understood.
So how long are we zooming out here?
A while.
Oh,
He needs other stars. Stars don't linger near the darkness. They tend to just get sucked in.
This can only end.
But there you go, Last. The answers have been told. Fred thinks he has a good, at least, idea of where you might need to go to start looking.
Yeah, he'll cross-reference with his Wayfinder and Astrolabe.
Yeah, you think you have a good general idea. It's going to still be a little difficult getting there, but you think you can manage. What you all doing?
Well, I am to take it that intervention is something that is rather imminently in our future.
Yeah.
I- it exists.
Fret nods.
Paint is gonna go over and lean against Last leg.
Paint will feel that Last's legs are starting to like shake, and he sort of gets to his knees before he actually drops and puts an arm around Paint. It exists. Will you all help me? As he looks over his shoulder at the others.
Fret gives a
Shoal
thumbs
is
up.
Shoal is just gonna give Last a look. You know, whenever you say something incredibly stupid around a cat and they just look at you like you said something stupid, yeah.
Fret will scribble out. That means, of course, you idiot, in Shoal.
Can you blame me for asking?
I mean, no, I'm totally just going to abandon my. I'm totally just going to abandon you when you need. After all we've already been through.
Paint's ears
Nothing.
perk up at that.
Paint, you're not included.
Paint sends a long mental image of Doggo Shoal and Doggo Last running around together.
I am not a dog. I do not appreciate this slander.
I'm sorry.
Last, I'm going to throw your dog in the canal.
Please don't. I think I'm going to need him an awful lot more. Since
Oh.
he's my new therapist and all.
And aside from the practical reasons to help out an ally, it'd be foolish to pass up a chance to study something so fascinating.
Fret nods.
As long as you're aware, I'm going to taste test your afterlife.
Trust me. I think I'm going to be fine with that. It's not going to be sugary.
Shoal just kind of raises an eyebrow and just goes, think that's all that's required for me to want to eat something?
Don't blame me if you eat the grass and don't like it.
I've probably eaten worse.
Also, no, a cat will totally still blame you.
No, Shoal's going to blame Avnos. He's the one in charge, so he's the one that should make it so it tastes good. If it doesn't taste good, then it's because of him. Therefore, he gets...
Avnos is... He shouldn't have the power to make something like that. And he starts to, put himself to his feet.
I mean, that does. I mean, just because he's in charge of it doesn't particularly mean he made.
And how are you going to blame him for the afterlife tasting like crap?
Very easily by blaming him. Remember that part where I said where it wouldn't stop the cat from blaming you? Human, why did you not stop me from the consequences of my own action? It's one of their default positions to them doing some dumb shit.
Can confirm cat and lap looking at me like I was an idiot 30 seconds ago because he sniffed his own ass.
Exactly. You understand.
Little dipshit. He literally recoiled down from his perch that he was hiding in all night. Bent around, licked himself, and then gave me a look, and then hopped up on my lap, and then continued to give me a look.
Right.
Yeah, sorry your ass stinks, cat.
For once, I'm glad I don't have those weird flesh things like tear ducts or snot. I would be an absolute wreck right now.
Fret will scribble out. So, how about to keep from being an absolute wreck? How about we continue? Let's find Mr. Law.
Yes.
Shoal is debating doing something it's also serious, but also, not nearly as feels-inducing involving the world mirror now.
What's that?
A bad idea.
Define
Fret-
bad idea by telling me what the f you're about to do.
No, you're not gonna.
The thing Fret wanted Shoal to do.
You're not gonna get the attention of a big frickin' brand dragon here right now. Oh my God, Shoal.
Are you sure?
No, are you sure about that?
Yep, you get that as your response in Bonded Mind.
What did you send me? What an are you sure, or did you actually send me a thingamabob?
No, just the oh my God, no, you're not doing that is what you get in Bonded Mind.
Hey, you wanted to see her.
Are you actually going to do it, Viv?
Where's my coin? You got lucky. Again.
Good, I don't have to describe how the god was literally just going to look at you and push its way through the mirror, literally launching you across the cityscape and be like, interesting, and start wandering.
Oh Lord.
I mean, part of me wants to change my mind now.
Too late,
Later.
it's already been decided.
Later.
So,
I'll do it later. I'll do it right before we go on a mission.
Oh God.
Not my problem anymore, bye! Knocks over glass, jumps out the window.
Arabane is going to remove your spells.
hey, Kuro, if you ever become this, I'm kicking you out.
Don't let me meet Kuro then. I'm a bad influence. Vari can confirm.
It's okay, Kuro's baby, he's fine.
I'm gonna teach baby bad influences.
Oh, okay. Crisis averted, number 3.
I mean, Viv is the one that taught some of your kobolds to cuss.
They were my kobolds, they were unionized.
I still taught them to swear.
It's still funny. What are you guys doing now?
Well, there's only 2 places Exley could be, so the party's getting a trip through Shadow's Playground and possibly the Warfront.
boy.
Do you wish to describe these 2 places?
Sure. Do you want me to just go off the list here?
It's up to you. You know these places very well.
Well, we're starting with Shadow's Playground first. They've technically been to Warfront. A haven for those on the fringes. This half-district is where rebels, thrill-seekers, and those seeking the edgier side of life congregate. So, technically, at least based on the coloration of the map, Shadow's Playground is split in 2, but I get the distinct feeling that that portion on the right is supposed to be part of the Eclipse Warfront.
Nope, it's part of the Shadows Playground.
Oh, lovely. My route is circuitous. Of course it is.
You chose to stay.
It's true. It's true. He does it on purpose. He tries to be the nice guy. Also, people still hate him. Technically, Shadow's Playground is a district split far in 2. The wedge that is the Eclipse Warfront being between the 2 pieces. The eastern half of the district is much closer to the Lunar Snow Haven, and as such, with that recent district addition, the buildings there are, well, usually dusted with snow from the district at its edges, and more resemble cottages and hovels of a more medieval make cluttered closer together, while the Western District resembles more of the city, but the buildings loom just a bit, casting more shadows, creating more creches, niches, alleyways, twisting streets, and back ends for people to skulk around in. If there's lamplight, it's dim, and usually only lit at the darkest hours to prevent people from bumping into walls and objects, while they try to be edge cool as possible.
It's the Bloodborne district.
It is!
Yes.
And I love it.
Do me a favor, roll percentiles.
Okay.
Let's see where he is currently.
$33.
Oh, good. You get to describe the war front now.
Ah, yay!
Me
The-
throwing another GM under the bus.
No, you're fine. I'm only slightly hesitant in being less descriptive than I could be because, well, it is your world.
You know my world.
I know. I also know what my vision of your world is and how it could be different from yours.
Do you know what the great thing about Twilight is? You're right. So is Viv, Vari, Paint, and Dr. Volt. You're right.
Oh no.
Twilight's wonderful, isn't it, folks?
Why isn't it all underwater?
Because.
There's a district for that.
Indeed.
Yeah, but if Shoal was right, it would all be underwater.
No.
No, you see, your perception of it is right. It is the fact that you don't believe it's all underwater that it's not.
Changing my perception.
You
That
don't know this out of character.
That requires putting more points in perception.
Bet.
That involves you needing a better will save, bro.
That's also fair.
Right.
My will
So-
save is dog water.
The Eclipse Warfront, as the map piece here says, a somber reflection on the past. This district bears the scars of old battles and stands as a haunting reminder of the cost of war. The Eclipse Warfront is shadowed, but not in the same way as the rest of Twilight. Skyscrapers, great buildings, palaces, and artifices broken and in ruin, littered with smaller places built out of various bits and pieces. It's a war zone in the aftermath, and yet at the same time in the middle of it. There isn't a constant bombardment or destruction going on, but that tension is there. Unlike the huddled, cramped streets of Shadow's Playground, the Eclipse Warfront is littered with debris and open spaces that almost feel dangerous to cross. Here, the citizens hide in reclusivity and fear, wishing to avoid others if they can, rather than choosing to do so for deception. The Eclipse Warfront is a place for the broken, for the hurt, and for those who do not know a different life. Cracks and fragments of the very earth itself giving way to nothing. And yet, unlike the bridge, here a force would prevent you from simply falling through the cracks. They are merely a representation. Everybody knows where to go when you're finally done.
And here is where you will find LNX Lee on his soapbox along your route as normal. ne'er a soul in sight as he's talking to the entirety of nobody out here.
Lost will approach, Mr. Exley. Hands clasped behind his back. He doesn't have his mask on this time. Mr. Exley, I would like you to meet my team. And he gestures towards the rest of them.
He will pause his speech mid-word and then just step off his soapbox and be like, Recallers, hello.
Fret waves.
Job I once did myself a very long time ago. And pray tell, what do I owe all of you the honors of seeing me today?
Shoal just looks at Lost.
Sorry, doing minor note catch up. We're here to see if you know anything about the other faction.
I was hoping you'd come to me. Honestly, I'm growing tiresome of them, so yes, quite a bit. Do you want to go somewhere better than this? I would assume private, open. I'm an open book. No charge, of course. That would be rude.
I didn't take you for an information broker.
Oh, I'm not. I just know how to use eyes and ears of the city very well. Did you like the map, by the way? He says, looking directly at Fret.
Fret squids.
And here I thought me using your measurement unit would be a boon. I'm assuming that squint means I failed.
Fret will, scribble out on his chalkboard. Well, it was successful, but it depends on what your goals were.
Impress you? Quite frankly, impress all of you.
Fret kind of just has a scrunchy faced look at that.
Consider it a gift. Not all gifts exactly land, but one way or the other, I assume you don't want to speak in the streets of here. This place is a little desolate, uncomfortable.
It can be, yes. Besides, it would be rude to ask you to tell us all you know while you still stand.
It kind of reminds me of this place I once saw after a colleague of mine finished designing some new cannons at Escape Sam. I always did like her.
The Eclipse Warfront. Erebane's distant memories of a world torn apart that once was his. But any particular place you guys would like to go?
Anywhere with an amount of privacy and the appropriate number of chairs.
Fret, I do believe you're very good at the whole navigating the city, as well as you, Shoal. Any good tea? Quiet, somewhere people leave us alone.
Fred has a
Pink gives us-
contemplative look.
Pink gives a squint at the mention of chairs.
Shoal is squinting at the mention of tea, and does not particularly wish to take Alan Exley to Serenity.
Exactly, we are of the same mind, strangely enough.
What do you mean, strangely enough?
Yep, just nope, not happening. So
There's no talking aloud there, so
yeah,
it
so
wouldn't
how
really work
about-
anyway.
How about one of just the regular tea shops near, I guess, the World Mirror?
Sounds fine with me. He will follow you gents out to whatever tea shop you bring him to. And he will offer to pay. And then request a quiet corner if a table is not available currently. So that way you all can sit. And you do not have to pay for your food or tea. As much as I know some of you are probably very tempted to take advantage of that, he will not complain. Elsewise, he will sit down. He'll be like, about time somebody sits down with me to talk. So where do you wish me to start?
Where to begin, indeed. How about this? We've come to know that there is a rune that's been used, and it supposedly failed, both on Shoal and on an acquaintance. Do you know what that is?
Oh, it's a mind control rune. The Protean's magic only works in those that are corruptible. Those that are happy here it'll fail on. So that is to say, Shoal, I would assume, if this rune failed on you, you quite like this place, yes?
Shoal kind of like does the like nod shrug. I mean, it could be like, you know, or underwater or something, but you know, whole.
But no minor complaints. You don't have any begrudging need to go back home. You don't feel emptiness inside of you. You don't feel like you've left folk behind. You don't feel like you're okay here, right?
Shoal kind of snorts and goes, I mean, when I first arrived here, yeah, sure. But you learn to set all that aside.
That particular rune we're aware of, unfortunately only works on those that cannot set that aside. Those with hang-ups with being here are affected. Those that don't have hang-ups and have found happiness here cannot be affected. Those four poor buggers have been trying for quite a while to find a way to affect those like Shoal.
Well, sucks to be them.
So Fret will scribble out. That makes so much sense. I'm surprised I didn't think of it earlier.
Well, it'd help if the Mark of Chaos wasn't inside of you.
Fret sparks.
Makes a lot of sense. In fact, I'm sure there are many who are discontent now that the games are over. The games left the citizens malleable.
Oh, definitely.
But the discontent leaves them vulnerable, funnily enough.
Leave it to them to execute a half-baked plan to succeed. To a degree.
I suppose the next question is, how are they managing this? I'm sure you're aware the Protean Tower has been demolished, but that went into action after the organization was at play.
I don't know how long they've actually been here. At least somebody's been influenced by them. Arabane's rules are very set. The Proteans, if they were to enter here, probably would have ended up somebody's dinner by now.
Fret sparks.
So they have an insider, just like I am one of... Well, I'm pretty sure you figured it out. Not exactly like I'm quiet about it.
Well, unless you work for the plane of law specifically, I assume one of the quote-unquote goodly planes. He makes a bit of a face saying that.
No, the law plane is actually 100% correct. I met them many, many years ago. As I said, and I've told Sir Airbane this, I know more than he does. So for as the how, they have, per the rules, probably a mortal like myself, a representative playing the games for them. While I don't interfere the way they do, I am their representative here.
Fret will scribble out. I have some connections that are also quote unquote lawful. But of a different sort.
Different flavors of the same end. Good and evil do not concern me. Or us, for that matter.
Fret nods.
What concerns us is the survival of this place.
On that, we agree.
That's why I felt comfortable approaching you. I would hope that somebody would finally listen. I will respect Airbane, but quite frankly, he's a bit of an idiot sometimes. Stuck in his ways.
Fret nods.
Everyone is.
Such is life, though, out of curiosity, have you figured out why the other faction, I guess you could call it faction, technically I'm the only one here, I'm not mind erasing people and making them join me and serve me, are doing what they're doing?
Well, I would presume to sow chaos.
He makes a kind of sort of motion.
Fret will scribble. This place could change the balance of power between a lot of things. This is a lot of untapped potential, one could say.
Well, it's more of a stopgap, actually. Nor is it the first one like this that has existed, nor would it be the last should things not work out. But what is this place truly? Have you ever stopped to consider how none of you all should be, but you are?
Are you implying that this place is some sort of universal fail?
It's more of a catch. Things slip between the cracks all the times, and a catch catches them. And once the catch gets full, things can't slip between the cracks anymore, now can they?
Ah. So,
Question: Are we just reenacting the plot of Has-Been Hotel?
No.
no! No?
No.
A funny comparison, but no.
No. In other words, we're no man's land. We are where things that have nowhere else to go can go. Because otherwise they would be shunted somewhere. And this is why the unravelers outside take such pleasure in undoing us.
Oh, it's more so than that. That they're another breed entirely. You see, the thing is that the less there is in the universe, entropy is more likely. The leak will just continue on forever and forever, and things will just leak out into the nothing, and eventually it'll all end. We, on the other hand, want this place to exist, because eventually the city's going to become so populated that those that may have been deleted can't be anymore. Because there's no more room here, putting pressure back on the universe. As I said, things can't slip through the cracks if the crack is already full.
You're trying to create a closed loop.
Unfortunately, that does leave us here eternally, and of course, the occasional soul will fill in a gap here and there. But on the other hand, the city will grow quite grand and large. After all, you recallers are bringing back more and more. Eventually, it'll hit its limit.
But there's a problem with that. When that would stop, we would reach a point of stasis, wouldn't we?
And that is the goal.
And that's a problem, because it's unchanging.
Oh, so we're reenacting Shadowbring.
I wouldn't say unchanging. New folk will come in every once in a while. The universe is always fluxing and changing, but it's better than having everybody here erased, isn't it?
So that's why the Proteans want control. They want to turn this entire place into the Bridge of Nothing.
Or destroy it, or whatever happens, as long as it's out of their way. They don't care. They're not ones known for planning. Otherwise, they would have planned for the next inevitable version of this.
To put it in basic terms, the City of Twilight, the realm as it is, functions like a colander or a sieve. However, it becomes less and less like that the more souls that are there, until eventually it becomes a plug that, well, plugs up whatever hole Mr. Axley here believes is in the cosmos at large. Do I
Now
have
he
that right?
understands. Very well got it on the nose now.
Fred has a very contemplative look.
Shoal is just going to assume that that's not actually how the universe works, and that, you know, both sides are just fucking stupid.
Actually, could I knowledge planes
You may attempt to.
to determine whether or not this guy is talking a bunch of bullshit or not? Or if it makes sense. That's a 16.
You ever hear somebody explain something really complex in, like, terms that would make sense to a 3-year-old? And there's probably a whole lot more to it. You're having that vibe right now.
Could I sense motive?
You may.
No.
Okay.
Does the knowledge 27 confirm or deny that that is in fact how the universe works?
It could work this way. There's probably more complications to it, but it would make sense that the universe would actively try to plug a leak. Though, is this the right answer to that? Or is the leak natural and that's the way it actually just happens to happen? Yeah.
So one of those, this is a way time travel could happen type answers.
Yes. Yeah, approaching a black hole absolutely will slow down time. That is time travel. It's just getting away from the black hole afterwards that becomes the problem, right? Traveling at the speed of light would be a very good way of traveling time. In theory, but then you'd be posed with the problem of how you don't become light yourself, you know, torn to bits and whatnot. But apparently this man and somebody else in the town believes that these are correct answers and therefore are acting upon them.
Or rather, this man thinks that they're correct, and certain chaotic individuals think it is absolutely incorrect.
Yes.
Shoal thinks they're both stupid.
Lost thinks he's maybe partially correct.
As is Shoal's right as a cat.
This is true.
Fret will gently nudge Paint, and we'll scribble out. What do you think about all this, Paint?
He's just looking around. He gives a small shrug.
I don't think
And-
extraplanar physics is his expertise.
Actually, he does have knowledge planes.
Oh.
Well, I said extraplanar physics, not extraplanar anything else.
Fair.
So
But also, I figure. Well, actually, Fret will scribble this out. Also, we probably could use your expertise in a little bit because I figure there's probably going to be something involving contracts or something because the law and stuff.
Small wag. Then a look at Shoal. Less wag.
Shoal smirks.
Paint gets a
Shoal
pat
is
on the head.
Shoal is at least like looking is noticeably less irritated at Paint because Paint is no longer acting like a depression.
Aw.
Shoal does not like depression.
Shoal likes to bite depression.
Correct. Shoal will bite people who are depressed around him too much. Either to make them leave or to make them think of something other than whatever the fuck is making them sad.
You're such a good therapy cat.
Correct.
Holy
I'm
crap.
sad. Bite. Ah! I'm in pain. Therefore not sad anymore.
Anything else that you all have particular questions on?
Do you have any idea who their agent or agents are?
That part I don't, unfortunately. The whole registering us to play a game was distasteful and bait I decided not to take. In case you weren't aware, there isn't two organizations, there's only one. The other one was a red herring and or bait, and I don't care which, it was slightly offensive. They would try such unintuitive, lowbrow tactics on me.
Fret nods.
I mean, Joel's just gonna go. I was just going to assume you didn't know anyway because that would have been too easy.
No, unfortunately, I wouldn't. All I'd have to say is that whoever the individual is has to have been able to leave the realm to make the contacts they were and convinced of whatever their beliefs are is correct.
In other words, they're a recaller. Or they have a transit pass. They're like you.
Well, he's
I got.
both technically.
I was both. I am no longer recaller. I took a short reprieve as being a council member. I helped establish some of the districts, and then votes started happening, and I very quickly got booted out for the idiot that is now in my seat. Excuse the colloquials, but he's a coward.
If it's any consolation, Mr. Excellent, even if saying so may provoke misgivings in my friends, I would still vote for you.
That is appreciated. Now, when we're on the subject of endorsements, that may actually be a boon to me.
Ah, yes. Nothing comes for free.
No, this information is absolutely for free. Because, as I said, I want this realm to continue. If I happen to get an endorsement out of it, well, then that's just 3 birds with 1 stone now, isn't it?
Fret nods.
If you want some secrets, I can tell you that if Arabane himself were to be erased, this place probably could continue to exist if it got populous enough. He is not as important to this place as you think. And if we were to be erased, unfortunately, I'm sure another place like this would come into being. It is just one of the things that the universe does. I just would prefer not to be a casualty of a desire for destruction and chaos.
Fret nods.
I suppose it makes sense. Sorry, I was just pondering Arabane's predicament. It would make sense that he was shunted off to a prison somewhere, rather than just trying to send him off into nothing.
Oh no, the attempt of deletion was definitely made on him, I can guarantee you that myself. And the unfortunate part is that when you have friends that are demigods, they tend to hold on tighter than mortal minds. You can't erase a god easily. You can't erase his memory nearly as easily either. Or hers, or theirs, or thems, or whatever pronouns they use on their particular planet.
So what is this about endorsement, Mr. Exley?
I would love one from the Paladin of Twilight. We are not quite near elections right now, but when it comes to it, somebody of your nature very well could actually get me attention again instead of being ignored consistently.
You do realize that the citizens of Shadow's Playground don't like me very much right now.
They don't like anybody very much right now, but if you all succeed in dealing with this issue, everybody will love you. And
Shoal
then you
makes
can
a
easily
great-
say that I helped.
Fret will scribble out. Speaking of, what can you do to help?
That, on the other hand, is a little bit of a trickier position than just giving information. I could easily have Chirp. By the way, he's opening a store. It's called Chirp's Shinies. I could easily provide you with contact. Let you know if I hear anything from any of the people that I do speak with that do associate with me. Anything those on the outside give me as far as information on what's going on out there. Actually, there is one thing I can offer. Then he offers his hand.
Lost is gonna look to like Volt, Fret, Shoal, Paint, then back at Alan.
Paint is shaking his head.
If this-
He sends along a mental image of signing a paper and shaking hand.
This isn't a Faustian bargain, is it?
No, it is a gift. I promise that I am expecting nothing in return for this. This is more of a show of my willingness to help than anything, and maybe apologizing for the deceitful way that I presented a present to you all.
Paint is sending a long mental image of the paper, and then it zooms in, and in, and in, and in, and really tiny font starts appearing.
I'm going to apologize to everyone, but most of all to you right now, Zim/Paid. Last already rolled a 1 on his sense motive.
Wow.
Yeah, he's very
Hilarious.
trusting right now.
Well, then now he needs to decide if he trusts Paint more or this guy.
It was a sense motive against Alan, not against Paint. So, the best Paint's gonna get?
Can Paint bite
As-
the last hand before he shakes?
Reflex save.
From me?
No, from paint.
Oh, I actually have a decent one.
Kuro, get the hell out of my trash.
Of course, it
Put
doesn't
the
help
straw
when I
back.
roll
Of course you
bad.
don't.
Aww.
But I'm going to use reroll from the world mirror.
You want to fail, Zim. This is a giant boon.
Paint doesn't trust this guy.
Don't worry about it, Era.
11.
Also,
I'll save you the reroll and tell you this is a good thing.
Also, I'm sorry, Era. I need to pause and actually start dinner. So, give me 5 minutes.
Bah.
Okay, I'm going to be right back.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to be right back here in a moment as well, but Zim, don't worry, you'll get your ring extensions out of this. Is that a fair trade?
I'll get my... Oh, the wing... Fine. Yes.
Sorry, Zim.
Though I did have another plan on that. Paint was going to go talk with Volt.
Oh, that's even better. Never mind.
Lord.
Do that instead. That's going to be great. I want to see that. Never mind.
Wait, what?
Paint's going to go
Our
have a
cough
talk
is
with...
going to
Paint's going to go have a talk with Volt about wing extensions for the cough.
Our cough is gonna have jet mechanized wing extensions. Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
I was just waiting for a good time to do that. But, didn't want to interrupt the story.
Yeah.
Didn't find another shop that could do what he wanted, so then he was like, wait, Volt knows stuff.
Oh. Was his next plan of action to ask Volt to make them?
Yes, that's what he's going for next. Like I was saying, I'm literally just sitting here waiting for a moment where it won't interrupt story, but yeah, Page's gonna be having a talk-ish with Volt.
Okay, so we're going to have a living wood golem with power armor. Okay.
I mean, there was that, the one guy's suit, Arson's suit that Volt's been studying. I'm sure he's learned a few things from that.
Now I'm imagining Dexter with all these extraneous gadgets and gizmos on him to look all grand like he wants, and he can just fire off mini fireworks at will.
No, we gotta give him the laser cannons. You with us on this, Taya?
Kaya stepped away.
God damn it, people. Did I not say I was being right back?
Sorry.
Oh, I did hear. I was,
I'm sorry.
I mean, I also
And
knew
it was
could
not
still
just
hear.
you. Also, Ring was wondering what was going on when I said I would be right back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I need to put 9 pounds of pressure on the party for storyline reasons. And then, oh god, I'm going to let Taya do things. It's going to be a terrible idea putting Peyton and Taya together, and I love it. And I hate it, because I'm going to have to do things. Is everybody back?
I am.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't
You
think
back?
he is.
No, Key said something. I don't know if he's back, though.
Not quite.
And I still have apparently 2 prophetic visions to drop on people, which might not happen this session. It might have to happen next session considering the time. But that's fine. Somebody has the Mark of Chaos in them.
Oh no.
Good night, Mala. Oh no. There's going to be one particular cough breaking the rules, unfortunately. It's going to have giant mech wings.
And lasers.
Laser mech wings? Because Paint's an artist, unfortunately, so I can imagine him drawing up something now. Sim, why would you do this to me?
The downside is Paint is a little limited on understanding technology. However, he does know magic.
See, this makes it all better, though, because you can go silly. And I'm afraid Dr. Volt might actually make whatever silly nonsense he put together a reality. Oh, man. Why am I yawning? No yawn. Maybe I need more soda. Hey, chat, how you doing? Like power armor? Oh, jeez. Actually, oh, jeez. Dr. Volt does know power armor now, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was mentioning that.
Kill me. What have I wrought?
All I'm saying is you should give the cat shark power armor.
No, that's dangerous.
I promise to only use this ability for evil. For evil and chaos.
So as an out-of-character thing, you actually failed the will save, but I gave the reasoning that you were actually quite happy here is the reason why you succeeded. But now I'm starting to rethink why I did that.
Why? Because I want to be a little bastard.
Also, this Nim model is looking so good. I hope it's done tonight and I can use it.
Yeah, no, like, Shoal had plenty of regrets, but it's like... Shoal's also able to recognize, yep. Sucks to suck, I'm dead. Time to go focus on other things.
Which, yeah, so strangely enough, Shoal is the stabilizing force for Fret.
That's usually how that works, though, Vari.
Oh.
Yeah, but Viv can't always stop the Vari.
No, but I am generally, I am on average a stabilizing influence on this fucking gremlin.
But no, I mean, like, the fact that Fret would have probably, like, taken a long walk off a short bridge.
Yeah.
You know, Dr. Volt could totally be able to pass off the idea that he does wish he could go back because, you know, he was the most brilliant mind of a generation there, and the laws of magic here don't work quite the same, and everything is a bit off. And that's totally a thing that sounds right. But everything here is so fascinating.
Sorry for extended delay.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, but we all know, we've all worked with you, Volt. We all know that you'd be lying your fucking ass off.
Well, no, those are all true things. that we could potentially use at some point to set a trap for if they were trying to get one of our team ensnared in their little mind control thing.
See, the problem as Dr. Exler, or excuse me, not Doctor, as Alex has pointed out, they don't exactly plan ahead. So when their plans fail, they tend to just throw them to the wind and bomb a building.
Plan didn't work. Time bomb. And I am back. I'm sorry for the extended delay.
And see now Shoal has a plan to counter them, and it's called bite every single fucking one of them until they stop being idiots.
You have to figure out who the catalyst is first, but in the meantime, Lost is going to go ahead and, Lost is going to go ahead and reach out towards Alan. Paint's going to go ahead and try and bite, but it is too late as the hands meet in the firm handshake. Alan will very intentionally change the back of his hand to be up for a brief moment, and you see a number, almost in green flame, on the back of his hand, tick down by 1. He will then turn his hands that way. Lost palm, or he'll turn it that way. The back of Lost hand is up, and a number 1 will appear on his in green flame. It disappears after a moment, and it feels slightly warm, but doesn't actually hurt. And he goes, "Consider this a gift, a place that you all can go. No stops here. Unfortunately, because Arabane has refused to see me, I haven't been able to get permission for a guide to show up here yet. Maybe you all can do so. You'll have to meet with their god, or betrayer, whatever, but you can use it just outside the gates if you step out. It's a very wonderful place. If you think everything's available here, everything is available there. And I do mean everything. Simply go outside and will yourself to use it, and the guide shall appear."
Fret will just scrawl out a what?
See, this is where the fun comes in for me. I could explain it to you if you really care, or you could be pleasantly surprised.
Fret squints.
Shoal doesn't like surprises. He likes being the surprise. That's why he put so many points in stealth.
If you must know and break the surprise, we're not the only reality. There are actually... well, I couldn't even count them myself. That is a ticket to a place, kind of like this, but a lot bigger. In between all those places, where individuals like ourselves and some mortals, some gods, some mini beings trade items.
A bizarre bazaar.
Yes, exactly. A very bizarre bazaar. Should you go there, they will instruct you where to go to sign up, how their monetary system works, and what they can do for you. A present from somebody that knows more than the god of this realm. He says, smiling. Of course, it's invite only, so don't squander it. I'm sure you can buy more passes there.
And why might Arabane not want his recallers to have access to this marketplace?
Oh, simple. He refused to meet with me when I brought it up. He had no interest in speaking with me after the first map.
Ah, I see.
So unfortunately, all the wisdom I carry, I cannot give to him. Unfortunate.
Or maybe, as Last is observing the back of his hand, sort of flexing his fingers, maybe he thinks there are things in the marketplace that shouldn't come to Twilight.
If he even knows about it, I don't know if he does.
Who knows? Boss smiles and shrugs. But now I'm curious.
Oh,
So, you don't know who the agent is for the Proteans. But
not
at
at all.
least now we know. The rune is a brainwashing rune, which we figured. And the reason it works is because, well, people are unhappy. So before we go, what's your plan to deal with this?
It depends on what the law says, and here I am not a guard. And I refuse to fight them on their game terms because that's the excuse they are using, and the games are currently over. So until giving consent to do anything else, quite frankly, what I've been doing. Unless this is permission to, say, engage a little bit more directly.
And that would entail...
Me speaking to my superiors, those that I follow, and seeing if they have ways of undoing their runes. Though from what they've told me, right now their experimentation phase might be over, so whatever they're working on now might be a little bit over the edge of what I'm capable of putting together myself.
It would be unwise to involve more outside forces.
Fred kind of holds up a finger, though. And then scribbles, actually, it might not be the worst idea. I think hearing them out might be a thing to do.
Last, we'll look at the rest of the team. The rest of you?
Shoal's kind of just got a scrunched up look on his face, but he's not really for or against it.
Paint is looking very worried at the last hand. He does not look like he's been paying attention. That's the head pat hand. He is very protective of it.
That is the hand that touches my head. How dare you mark it? I need that hand for head pats. Specifically, head patting me. Dr. Volt?
I have no particular objections.
Yeah, Shoal's in the like, I disapprove of this action, but can't think of anything better, so.
Fred will scribble out, in the very least, I should go talk to somebody about some things.
Shoal squints. Bonded mind. Talking to who I think you're gonna talk to, or
Probably.
well, at least it would be entertaining, I guess. Okay, let's just keep involving more outside sources of Twilight. What could possibly go fucking wrong? Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Fret will scribble out. The more forces are involved, the more balanced things will be.
That's not how
Outspoken like
that
a true
works.
follower of a devil. Damn.
I'm not sure that's how balance works, but I'm
No,
not going
that's
to repeat
just
it.
regulated chaos at that point.
Fret finger guns at Shoal.
Ah, so chaos. So balance.
Ugh.
Yes, that mistake was in character.
One way or the other, does that mean that I am free to engage in this little war?
If we can have a discussion with your
Commander.
superiors,
In response to your
that would
request,
be
we
optimal.
have sent backup. Good luck, Commander. We
I
are
don't know
forever
if you
in
really
your
wish to be
debt.
in their presence, but if that is your stakes, then
Thank you, whoever just became a patron. I really need to find a better way to do that notification, but thank you.
if that is what your request is, I will see if they're willing to entertain or if they wish me to still keep my nose clean and let the mortals do as the mortals do and respect the boundaries of this land. I don't speak for them after all, they just tell me what to do and I do it.
If a conversation with them is untenable, then so long as you are capable of still respecting the rules of this realm, I see no reason why you should not engage your superiors for a potential solution.
Unfortunately, as it stands, the games are off. To respect the rules, I must abide by all of them. So,
Last pushes on his knees to stand up from the chair he's in. You mistake me, Mr. Exley. I never said you were going to do this under the pretense of a game.
I will get in contact with my superiors in a day or so and let you know. In the meantime, enjoy the bazaar.
I think I shall. Thank you, Mr. Exley. Here's to the hope that I have a glowing endorsement to give you.
One would hope. And I'm not destroyed. I would prefer that not to happen.
Hopefully, I don't have to fend Erebane off from consuming you.
I am immortal. I am not an outsider. If it was easy as throwing one of my superiors at his feet, I'm pretty sure this job would be a lot easier. Because they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the right answer.
I get the distinct feeling he would absolutely hate if that happened.
It's why the offer was never made. On a side note, it would be a very bad thing if he ever chose to ascend.
And why might that be?
He could move this realm back into reality partially, and then those that are on the outside, only playing through mortal minds right now, he says as he stands up himself, corrects his clothes, would be able to move in directly. And then spy games aren't what he'd have to worry about, it'd be war. He hasn't quite got enough souls here to play that game.
Blast smiles, clasping his hands behind his back. It's almost like Erebane knows what he's doing.
Just like most mortal beings, none of us do.
I'll have you know I know exactly what I'm doing.
I would pet you, but you'd bite me.
Correct.
And being a pain in the ass is not an actual answer.
Incorrect, but I'll allow you to think that. For I am a magnanimous being.
Starting to sound more like a dragon than a cat. Anything else from you all?
You think dragons and cats aren't related?
Fortunately, they're not.
Physically, no. Temperamentally, very.
Also, I worship a dragon. It's just not Arabic.
He
Or
closes
pay-
his eyes and he takes
or-
a deep breath.
Or pay reverence to it. Not quite.
One way or the other. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Strange mysteries of the universe you want me to answer?
That takes all the fun out of it.
Fred gets a boop as he walks past. I'd be careful with who you trust.
Fred kind
Just-
of gives a weird side look at that.
Just a side note, when you're out there, sometimes things are just too easy, and sometimes things have been presented to you too plainly. But you can't ignore the past. Some things don't like it when you ignore them for too long. C'est la vie. Au revoir.
Farewell, Mr. Excellent.
Leaving you all at the table by yourselves.
Fred kind of has a haunted look now.
Paint glares after him
Do I
and goes
Shoal
over and
bonded
Healy
minds.
licks on last hand.
show bonded minds at Fred? Do I go bite him?
No, he's fine.
Squint.
It's fine.
Squint. Most powerful cat squint. Stay.
And Shoal gets a nose boop.
Offended look.
You guys have been left with all that information. You are free to discuss things now.
So, before any of you yell at me for shaking his hand, I'm fairly certain he doesn't mean us harm.
Fred nods.
Paint does not look
I am
pleased.
fairly certain that if a being of innate order meant someone harm, they would greet them with, "Hello, I wish you harm."
What was Paint doing / not doing?
Paint is looking disapprovingly at last.
He gives Paint something of a sympathetic look. Yes, I know. But none of the telltale wording was there. It's not a binding contract, it's a ticket. And, well, if it has things that we can't get here, maybe we should give it a look.
Paint will sigh and give a small shrug.
Maybe it'll even have whatever you ran off looking for. Hmm? And he crouches down and pets paint with his other hand.
He shakes his head at that. He gives Volt a pointed look.
Yes, paint. What is it?
He kind of just thinks for a moment, holds up a paw, and then brings out his painting supplies.
Oh no.
He has a masterpiece.
This will likely be interesting.
He has a masterpiece to create, indeed.
Shoal just looks at Fred and goes, I want to cause a problem.
Fred just kind of has that fish slap look. And Bonded Mind's what now?
Shoal shrugs.
Technically, aren't you causing a problem by just walking out of Threshold with me to go see what this place is?
Shoal holds up a paw and kind of does that, like with the wiggle paw thing, like yes but no.
The non-committal wiggle.
Yeah. Shoal is considering, committing a much larger problem.
Shoal wants to bite something and he hasn't gotten the chance to.
No, Shoal
today.
wants to release a dragon.
Correct. But this is
boy.
because Shoal has not gotten to bite people. So now Shoal is considering drastic measures.
How about this? If
Granted, nobody, in character, nobody knows what Shoal is considering.
this is true,
No, you're getting a no from Fred immediately, regardless. I don't know. I don't care what it is. No.
I don't believe Fred would immediately say no to Shoal wanting to cause a problem.
No, because Fred's wanting to cause a problem.
Well, we can cause a problem together. It'll be a bonding experience. Because we have a bonded mind.
Paint, what was your total on that artistry roll, please?
That would be a 17, which is really good.
Yep, it is above average. Do you want to keep it?
For this, yeah.
All right. And great, Fred and Shoal are going to combine to cause an issue for Erebane. Got it. Go ahead and describe what you're painting there, Paint.
So first off, he's starting with the, kind of T-posed dextral. And he's painting on some very large dragon-like wings with blades on the side, on the edges of them. He's also putting in a fire coming out of Dextral's mouth. He's going to put in some sharper horns from those trees. And lots of armor all over him. And he gives that to Dr. Volt, pulls out his last remaining 366 scales, puts it on next to the painting, and then just looks up at Volt, tail wagging, big puppy dog eyes.
That is a possibility.
Any other responses from anybody else?
Fret just kind of blinks astonishingly at the artwork, and bot minds to Shoal. Hey, that's actually pretty good.
Shoal shrugs.
Lost wants to say I would like to put this on the fridge, but also knows that would sound very condescending. So instead, he just sort of like nods a bit as he looks at this art piece.
Paint's nudging it closer to Volt.
Oh no, Paint has turned into a furry artist.
I mean, he did draw Shoal.
Rank up.
Exactly.
Hold the line. This hamlet shall
But
not
now he's drawing
fall.
dragons too.
Hey, somebody drawing dragons doesn't make them a furry artist automatically.
Also, technically, it's
No, but it's a point on the graph.
technically it's a construct. It's not a dragon.
He has yet to add a giant penis.
Wow.
No, don't turn Paint into that one character from Critical Role.
I haven't
So that's a
Critical
wonderful
Role, so
thing
I
for
don't
my
know.
raiders to come into. Hello, everybody.
Perfect timing.
Hi, Kazu.
Oh, look, my icons started working.
It did.
How was your stream there, Kazu? Welcome in. Apologies for that intro to y'all, but we're currently in the middle of our Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder campaign. Here in a bit, we might have Starlight, one of our Pokemon tabletop RPGs. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you had a great stream, great time and stuff.
All right, I guess we should get back to business. Hey, Volt, are you actually interested in doing this?
I see no reason why he would not work on this as a
Side project?
side project.
Bear in mind that the skills provided won't exactly cover the cost, but it could at least get through the initial phases.
Oh, and don't worry, Dr. Volt's got going to have a way to fund this.
Oh, I'm sure. Are you going to return his scales then?
He will return the scales then.
Ah. Oh, I see. You're going to petition your boss.
Yes, because who knows? Cough wing extensions could be the next big thing in cough fashion.
Unfortunately, probably yes. Hey, we know that you're a construct already, and you're like made out of wood and stuff, and that's really awesome. And you guys are kind of awesome, and you get the more ranks you guys get, the stronger you guys get, and the more cool you guys get. But what if mecha? What if we could make you into mechs too?
The cough would probably be all for that.
Don't forget the fire breathing.
Well, that's part of the mecha. It's just an installed flamethrower.
What have you done to my beautiful gift? I have no control of this campaign, do I?
No.
Nope.
As per usual, the GM controls nothing.
Sorry.
Why are you sorry? It's funny. Airbane's gonna walk into his throne room one day, and one of the upper cough are gonna pop out in like full mecha gear, and he's gonna be like, "What the actual fuck?"
He's gonna be like, Fertilax hasn't been here.
You think?
Vertilex
Vertil-
has been here.
Okay, Vertilex hasn't been here recently enough to cause
Yeah,
this.
lately. Yeah, lately.
Oh, I thought you said legally, in which case I was going to say yes!
So it
Also
sounds
that too.
So it sounds like two party members are possibly going to create some chaos, but beforehand, after doing so, some of y'all you guys are actually planning on stepping outside and actually going to the Bazaar. Yes?
Yes.
Last was going to tempt Shoal by saying that he can probably get Shoal back in time for the bar fight.
Fret does bonded mind. Oh yeah, we probably should wait until after the bar fight before causing problems.
Yeah, I suppose.
And yeah, Fret will kind of just, I gather, while we're traveling and such, will get up next to Lost and scribble out on his chalkboard. Anyways, yeah. So full disclosure, yeah, you know that uh, um, Devil Prince from our first mission.
Yes. As he levels just the look where his eyes look like they're half lidded at the moment, as he's staring very seriously at Fret.
And then we'll scribble out, yeah, he's my outside contact.
No. And he tilts his head further to the side, putting one hand up to rest on it, continuing to maintain the same expression. You mean the exact same devil that gave you the soul grub jar that we fed to Arabe?
Brett will scribble out. Yeah, I was just making sure that was clear.
It's almost as though I know you, Fred.
Fred just nods a couple times.
Shoal's just gonna go, Fret, you need to work on your stealth. He saw that coming too easily.
You think
Fred
I
just
didn't
kind of
notice the
sighs.
new mask that you had on?
Fred will scribble out. That could have came from anywhere.
Uh-huh, sure.
He could have totally gotten it from that mask golem we fought. Knowing damn well. He says that knowing damn well the mask golem came after.
I'm gonna let you continue thinking that. I'm going to start walking to Threshold.
Fred will follow along.
I think Shoal still has those masks that he picked up for Volt too, by the way.
He probably does. I think Dr. Volt got distracted.
Yeah.
Then again, how many
Probably.
times in your career can you ask a dead person, can I disassemble you?
Here, actually, a surprisingly large amount of times.
You guys hit Threshold, and to no surprise, you see Arson dangling from a rope. Big smile on his face as he makes faces at what look like to be children below him, having the time of his life. He is wearing pants. That's about it right now.
Children, what have you done to this man?
Arson shouts, "It's okay, I did this to myself." They're laughing, "It's okay. I'm totally not skipping class. Don't tell my teacher.
I'm gonna
They're
tell
a
your
very
teacher.
large construct and kind of scary."
Joel just immediately goes, I'm going to tell the teacher.
Last looks around for a stick.
Oh no, you're going to make him do a pinata?
Are you going to give the kids a stick?
Yes.
Is it going to be a gas-powered stick?
Maybe.
It's going to be a stick. You're
No,
gonna let-
Volt hasn't made it, so it isn't a gas-powered stick.
How do you know he hasn't made a gas-powered stick yet?
Because he hasn't told me about a gas-powered stick yet.
No, that's fair.
It's coming.
Oh, poor Arson. He's about to get beaten up by a bunch of kids.
Yeah, Lost, just with a smile on his face, is going to give the kids a stick, tell them to share, and say, okay, now see, this man is pretending to be a piñata for you. What you do with a piñata is you hit it as hard as you can, or so I've been told, and candy eventually pops out. No, that's not going to happen to him, but he's pretending for your sake, so you can have some fun.
When
And
the
once
kid
he's-
looks up and goes, do we get candy if we hit you hard enough? And Arson goes, what? I'm assuming this is when you leave.
Fret
Yep.
will scribble out, you know, Lost, we aren't in the evil city anymore.
he just does a dismissive wave to Shoal. Once he
Shoal!
sorry, to Fret. That was an out of character faux pas. He just dismissive wave to Fret. Once he starts pleading for you to stop, go and get the teacher to get him down, okay? The teacher will probably give you candy as a reward. Tell the teacher that I told them to give you candy.
Oh, now this poor man's going to get beaten up by children.
Remember to share the stick, he says as he walks away.
Arson goes, why have you done this? I thought we were friends.
You did this to yourself.
Schultz just kind of go, honestly, because it's funny.
While he's dodging the stick, he goes, fair.
Talk to you later.
You guys get up to the front office of Threshold, where I assume you guys present your tickets to be able to leave whenever the hell you want.
Yep.
Yes.
He pulls out a much thinner notebook, looking irritated, staring at Fret the whole time like he's waiting for something to happen.
Who,
And he
the
goes-
gnome, or?
The gnome does, yes.
Fret will pull out a Wander Meal bar and slap it down on the table.
He looks at it, he looks at you, and he goes, I don't know how that's supposed to be funny, but I am just going to take notes now.
On how to be funny, or?
What is your guys' business and outside of town?
Lost has to think for a moment.
I mean, Shoal was just going to say shopping.
How descriptive do we need to be?
Shopping it is. He'll close the notebook. He'll push the Wonder Meal bar back towards Fret.
Fret does not take it back.
He squints at you. He pushes it a little bit closer.
It's still sitting there.
Shoal is looking terribly amused.
He'll nudge it right up to the edge of the counter. Take your item back, please, sir.
It's a gift. He
Fret-
gave it to you.
Yeah, Fret will scribble out. No, it's yours.
He does the classic Charlie Brown, ah.
A gift he has been cursed with.
Oh, it's too bad. I thought Fret would look good in pink.
Huh.
Now he's stuck with the Wonder Meal bar that turns you pink. And for the first time without Dusk Shuttle, you guys all step outside the town. And you guys end up in a black, shadowy, it's like imitation grass. A field of it.
If it's black and shadowy, does that mean it's like winning grass?
Kind of, it's like, it looks like grass, but it doesn't feel like grass at all.
It's astral turf.
Womp
Painters.
womp.
There it is. So the last time that I described this area to Taya, I was sitting there waiting for him to make that joke, and he never did.
I just saw it.
He was saving it.
No.
No, I
Oblivious.
I set the stage,
it
and
occurred to
sometimes
me.
Taya doesn't dance, and then I'll look away from the stage, and then suddenly Taya's dancing when I'm not paying attention. He's like the frog from WB.
Yep.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my rag.
And that's where you guys are.
All right. Alan said to just concentrate on using the ticket, so... And then he tries concentrating while looking at the back of his hand.
A
Paint is
familiar,
looking incredibly concerned.
a very familiar cold feeling hits as somebody dressed in cloaks with a staff that has a lantern on it steps out of nowhere. Gives a slight bow and says, "Please follow me. Continue to follow the light and please do not stray off the path I lead."
Oh god, we've summoned Sharon.
Sharon.
Oh, God. Charon.
I said what I said.
I know.
This one's
Why
on
I
a
was
river.
laughing.
And he will churn and wait for you guys to follow him.
Wait, wouldn't Charon be Karen and Sharon, like, combined?
Sharon!
He's coming to speak with your manager.
Oh, God. Nope. Just gonna continue.
New enemy idea had, got it.
Blast
Oh,
his...
something Sharon from accounting.
2 new enemy ideas had.
Oh no.
Just gonna follow the guide.
Yep.
And he's going to have his tail out so everyone can hang on to his vaporous, semi-gloopy tail.
You guys follow him into this rift that he created that is very familiar to a rift you guys have seen before. And as you guys cross through the boundary and the portal closes behind you, becoming a little more of a distant memory, you guys are surrounded by... It's not darkness, but it seems like that. That's how your mind is interpreting it. It is darkness. It is emptiness. There's nothing out there, but you occasionally hear the sound of something. The man will start to whistle as he leads you along through nothing. It is an awkwardly winding path. He seems to make unnecessary turns. There isn't anything out there that you can see, but you're not sure if vision and sound are real out here, or if they're just your brain's way of, making sense of the lack thereof. The coldness is very reminiscent. That cold. That unnatural cold. Then suddenly a doorway opens in front of you. And as he opens it, you guys see a vantage point from a bazaar. From atop of a grassy hill. He steps out into it and moves over to a picnic table where others dressed just like him seem to be sitting and pours himself a cup of what you would assume to be coffee. He simply looks up and says, since you're new here, the main office, all you have to do is think about it and you'll end up there. You'll probably want to head there first because you don't have a card yet. And when you're done, just come back here and just think it. I'm assuming individuals like yourselves know how this works. And he motions out to the endless bazaar that seems to go to the horizon in every direction. Just as a warning, since I believe you guys are new, don't try to steal here. If you do so, you will be caught and you will be vaporized. Make sense?
Fret nods.
Understood.
I'm supposed to do this intro, so welcome to the Bazaar New Adventures. For every reality has somebody here, usually. Be safe.
Still nods.
So this is a dark, shadowy place, yeah?
No.
It's not?
Nope. Bright and colorful.
Huh.
It is.
The way here was dark and shadowy.
Ah.
Yes. Well, not even dark and shadowy. It was. You can't comprehend what you were looking at, so your brain interpreted it as pure darkness.
I'm really surprised it's so colorful.
Is it like night
I'm waiting
market
for the
type,
pun.
or is it
No, so you got to
Ah,
remember. No, it's a marketplace, like middle of the day marketplace.
Yeah, I mean, considering this place is sanctioned, I would have figured it would be a black one.
I was waiting for it.
My soul.
Why didn't I see that coming?
I saw that coming.
But one way or the
No.
other. Go ahead.
The moment he was asking about this place is dark and shadowy, I was just like, oh, yep.
Nope. This place is not. It's the in between that was dark. This is a bright and colorful, never-ending bazaar, and I think this is where we're going to end for tonight.
Yeah, which is why he's surprised that it's still not considered a black market.
No,
Right.
it's okay, so instead of the Akashic record, this is the Akashic market.
Probably.
But yes, this is where I think we should end for tonight.
All right.
Woo.
So let's see. Who do I want to rate on my end before I do exits?
A purse.
Let's see. I'm trying to decide. We can rate Ren. Haven't rated Ren in a while. Do you want to do your outro there, Zim?
Sure.
Go for it.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us today for Recolors of the Lost Pathfinder, as well as this Art Marten stream. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, picking up packs of cards to stream loots, as well as going and checking out my friends who also stream, such as Drunk_Dragon_Era and Oneko Tiago. And I probably butchered the pronunciation there again. I don't know.
No. There's a little bit too much emphasis on the pause between Taya and Ugo, but mostly we're fine.
Cool, I'm getting closer. But anyways, thanks so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Remember, Kaya loves you and stay cute. Mwah.